Shall we remain standing and observe a moment of silence in remembrance of former Mayor of Johannesburg, Mpho Rane, and our music icon, gospel icon, Deborah Fraser. May their souls rest in peace. Thank you. You may sit. No speaking list. Morning, honorable members. The business of the day, let's get on with it. Morning to those who are also joining virtual, who are attending virtually.
Morning,
Morning, Madam Speaker.
Morning, Madam Speaker.
Morning, colleagues. I hope everybody is good. In announcements, first item of the day, in attendance we have NCOP delegate, DA NCOP delegate member D. Ryder. Are they in the house? Oh yes, welcome. And NCOP delegate member M. Dango. Honorable Dango. Is he in attendance? Virtually? Not yet? Huh? Oh, he's coming. Okay, in absentia, he's welcome. Thank you. He's welcome in absentia. We do not have a motion without notice. We do not have MC statements. However, we've got a member statement from Honorable Diaka. Let me start with apologies before he takes to the podium. We've got apologies from the Premier, Honorable Makura, due to agent official duty. Honorable Alberts, Hoffman, Honorable Members Alberts, Hoffman, Dilange. They are not present because of party business. Honorable Members Shabalala, Peach, Udise, Litswalo, Ndlovu, Chitangano, Nisi are attending a SREC international study tour. Honorable Adams. Then we've got honorable members absent from the House due to study leave, and Honorable Duplessis, who's absent due to ill health. Those are our apologies. Thank you. Honorable Diaga, are you ready? Are you in the House? Okay. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over the past few weeks, the enemy of the economy and people has reared its ugly head every single day without fail, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. It is an enemy we have been fighting since 2008, the enemy of our nation, load shedding. And while those on the other side have sat around scratching their heads, wondering how to ward off this destroyer of jobs and livelihood, the DA and its alliance partners in the city of Johannesburg have decided to tackle the beast head-on. On the 23rd and 24th of May 2022, the multi-party coalition in Johannesburg will be hosting an energy indaba at the Sandton Convention Centre to charter new ways of energy equality, independence, sustainability and security. Where others are slow to act, the DA and its alliance partners are hot off the marks. The government of the city of Johannesburg made a promise to its residents to shield them from the incompetence of national government, whose inability to provide reliable electricity is killing off the economy and creating dire socio-economic hardship. It is my strong suggestion, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Gauteng Provincial Government send a delegation to this indaba to familiarise themselves with solutions that can be implemented to fix this problem. This is what can be done when there is political will to work for our people. There is a light at the end of the dark load-shedding tunnel in Gauteng, and it starts with the Johannesburg Coalition. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Secretary, please read the first order of the day.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The first order is the consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of E-Government Budget Vote 13 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022 for the 2022-23 financial year.
Thank you, Honorable Masuku.
Good morning, Madam Deputy Speaker. Good morning, member of the legislature and the Premier in absentia and the leader of the majority party. This budget is a reflection of a commitment to put plans in place to improve the lives of the people. This budget is presented under unfavorable conditions. The persistent economic growth, slow economic growth continues to have a direct impact on socio-economic challenges such as unemployment and poverty. It is important to highlight the fact that the economic factors and developments around the globe continues to have a bearing on the provincial fiscal position. The Gauteng Department of E-Gov, herein referred as a department, is charged with the responsibility of bridging the digital divide in the province, as well as the provision of government services through information communication technology, including broadband initiatives. ICT is central in modernizing and maximizing the delivery of public service, as having identified as one of the key pillars of the National Development Plan of 2030, as well as the Gauteng Vision 2015. It is seen as a catalyst to transform the economy by creating more jobs and bridging the digital divide. The department is allocated an amount of 1.6 billion for the attainment of these objectives, which will be achieved through the rollout of ICT and promotion of usage of e-gov services by citizens, business and government entities. The provision of ICT initiative is meant to simplify access to government services and to transform the provincial human resource management environment. ICT is no longer an ancillary to government work. It is an essential aspect in accelerating service delivery and maintaining public trust and confidence in government. This is evident in allocation of funds for Program 2, which is the core of the department service. The department aligns its strategic objective to the Provincial Program of Transformation, Modernization and Reindustrialization. To realize the objective of the program and to align its mandate to national provincial pronouncements, the department renders service in line with the modernization pillar, with particular focus to the public service. The department's vision and strategic objective relates to the improvement of efficiencies to the money that is rolled out in a high-speed broadband network, automation of business processes, coordination and promotion of human resource regulations and standards. The department is mandated to implement the e-government strategy of Gauteng City Region, which is aimed to consolidate back-end system processes and about the frontline service delivery of the province community. This will be achieved throughout the Gauteng Broadband Network Phase 2, which will connect all government buildings and various public service access points, such as two-song service centers, urban renewal zones, and targeted economic development zones. The Portfolio Committee, through the implementation of the sector oversight model, will monitor the financial and non-financial performance of the department during the year 2022-2023 financial year, with the aim to hold the MEC accountable in the management of use of public resource and assist the department to meet its target. As the acting chairperson today I present the report of oversight of the department, and I would like to ask the House to consider all the other parts that have not been read to the House to be considered as read, and I will go straight to the committee concerns, which the committee does indicate that we don't have significant concerns regarding the budget allocation and the APP of the department, and we recommend that the department practice the prudence and utilization of funds efficiently to improve internal efficiencies. The committee would like to acknowledge the help and the work and cooperation of the Honorable MEC Nomantu Nkomo Raluhuku, the head of department, Sibaloi, and officials of the Department of eGov for their cooperation during this consideration of the report, and the appreciation for diligence and dedication, commitment to all the members of the Portfolio Committee, Mr. Dil Malema, Honorable Member Dr. Paladi Dikhamela, Mr. P. Atkinson, Mr. Macheke, Ms. A. Randall, Mr. K. Mazwi, Mr. M. Mukwebu, and the chairperson in absentia. The committee's gratitude is extended to the following support staff, as indicated on the report. I therefore, after due deliberation, the committee adopted the report of the Gauteng Appropriation Bill Budget Vote 13, Gauteng Department of eGov, in accordance with Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read with Rule 164, the report of the Finance Portfolio Committee on the detailed Gauteng Appropriation Bill Budget Vote 13, Gauteng Department of eGov, is presented to the House for consideration and adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder to the proposal to adopt?
I second the report.
Madam.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now put the question. All those who say yes, all those who want to adopt, say yes.
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 Okay. Those not in favor, say no. Thank you. The report is adopted. Secretary, please read the second item.
Thank you, Honorable
The
Deputy
second
Speaker.
order, sorry.
The second order is the debate on the detail of the Department of E-Government Budget Vote 13 of their Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I have ANC free time? Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker, in her absentia, and oh, by the way, she's on the other side. Madam Deputy Speaker, Premier David Makura, fellow members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip, leaders of the political parties, members of the legislature, MMCs of finance and councillors, representatives from Auditor General's Office, senior officials of government and municipalities, representatives of business, organized labor, faith-based organizations, and civil society, comrades and friends. It gives me pleasure to be given this opportunity to present the departmental budget vote for the year 2022-2023. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I present, I would like to express my deepest condolences to the Muerani family and friends for the untimely death of our comrade, a former mayor of the city of Johannesburg. This is a sad moment for South Africa and the people of Gauteng that we have lost comrade Mpho Muerani. It is unprecedented that we have lost 3 competent mayors in a period of 3 years in the city of Johannesburg. May his soul rest in eternal peace. We also pay tribute to the people of KZN who has lost their lives and livelihood during the devastated floods that took place a few weeks ago. We will keep them in our prayers, and we are optimistic that as governing party, we will endeavor to assist swiftly to assist families as they rebuild their well-being. Another person that we have lost is Deborah Fraser. Condolences to the family. Madam Speaker, the advent of the current political term is fast approaching its end, and therefore it is imperative to continue to inform citizens of Gauteng about the work that we do and provide feedback on what we have done so far since the 6th administration. We are in an era that dictates that we accelerate service delivery without fail, and we cannot overemphasize the importance of accountability in government. Our commitment to create a city region which will culminate to the Gauteng of our dream is not an empty promise, but it's our manifestation of the deep love and loyalty we have for our people. Our commitment is also derived from a deep-rooted dedication to the struggle of our people for better life. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, a notable opportunity is found in the GGT 2030 of developing Gauteng as a competitive city region to drive economic growth and promote integrated governance. Gauteng as a province is one of the top leading economies in the continent. As a starting point to address challenges of massive skills constraints, ICT skills development remains at the center of the attainment of the benefits of the fourth industrial revolution. Without the requisite technical skills, our prospects of 4IR remain bleak. Much still needs to be done to build skills so as we move out of the predicament we find ourselves in. I recently read a survey that was conducted by the Joburg Center of Software Engineering at Wits University on South African ICT skills. It reports that South Africa remains short of all types of skills that are required to help local organizations succeed in the digital economy. It states that 4IR has not had a significant impact of the South African ICT skills landscape, with core digital skills evolving a lot slower. Skills associated with the current set of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, blockchain, automation, data science, and programming were found to be scarce. In addition, South Africa continues to lose highly skilled ICT professionals to international organizations. This is detrimental to the country having the required skills to fully take advantage of the prospects brought by 4IR. However, as a government, we have not let this damp our spirits, but see it as an opportunity for government to contribute positively to the sector. We have partnered with various organizations to carry out skills programs that empowers and create jobs for our young people. Our partnership with Huawei, Siafunda, an ICT NGO, and Microsoft has resulted into the creation of ICT skills training, which has trained thousands of young people in the province. Honorable Member, last year we launched the Center of Excellence in partnership with Microsoft to drive digital innovation, enhance township economy revitalization program, as well as accelerate skills development and capacity building. The center helps young people to become digital innovation leaders. Through our ICT training programs, we've trained over 15,000 young people. We have several initiatives such as #Digital Sisters to ensure that we accelerate the development of ICT skills. Through this initiative, we facilitate discussions in the fields such as artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, Internet of Things, and blockchain. In addition, the department will take the lead in the implementation of the Gauteng 4IR and e-waste strategy. The implementation of these two strategies will unlock economic opportunities, particularly for women, youth, and people with disabilities. It will also allow the province to support SMMEs more effectively and contribute to township economy revitalization. We continue to touch the lives of many young people in the province, Madam Deputy Speaker, who have lost hope or even getting a chance in getting a job. Our new e-waste program will see many young people taking advantage of the benefits of the e-waste. The Gauteng province accounts for roughly 55% of overall national e-waste quantities. E-waste is made up of phones, laptops, refrigerators, microwaves, cables, and other electronic and electrical material. Jobs will be created definitely from three aspects of the project, which are collection, dismantling, and processing. We recently sent a delegation to Kenya to learn more about their e-waste recycling processes. The visit was to build a partnership with that country, which is Kenya, as they are already advanced in e-waste recycling. We discovered that e-waste is a sector that will help us to create the necessary jobs for young people, as Kenyan e-waste process is dominant by young people. Honorable members, today we present the fourth budget vote for the Gauteng Department of E-Government. The department supporting the sixth administration's Growing Gauteng Together 2030 strategic priorities, which are positioned itself to keep up with the rapid developments in information and communication technology, with the aim to accelerate the modernization and digitization of government services. The economic benefits realized from advancement and innovation in ICT would foster the well-being of citizens in the province. Through digital transformation, the department will spearhead high-quality, relevant, and cost-effective service delivery to all citizens. Honourable members, the Gauteng Department of E-Government government budget therefore increases to 1.6 billion for the 2022-2023 financial year and is dedicated to the implementation of the following critical components of the GPG digital ecosystem. The first one is modernization of the provincial ICT infrastructure and provide connectivity. The second one is the provision of a digital platform, e-services and applications. The third one is provision of provincial ICT oversight and governance. The fourth one is facilitation of ICT solutions, advocacy, facilitation and communication. Then the last one is facilitation of ICT industry simulation and ICT skills development. Deputy Speaker and honourable members, the department is on course with the commercialization of the Gauteng broadband network. This will bring about financial growth opportunities across the 5 economic corridors through the efficiencies that dedicated connectivity that can be provided. The department will roll out phase 3 of Gauteng broadband network in partnership with State Information Technology Agency. 888 sites will be provided with a wide area network, and the department will enable 84 voice over internet protocol sites on the network. VoIP will realize savings related to telephone costs that are enabled sites. In addition, to ensure the end-to-end connectivity, the department will roll out local area network that will be provided to local area network connectivity to 118 sites, whilst 45 Wi-Fi spots will be provided in identified areas to provide wireless high-speed internet access. In addition, the department will upgrade the 2 core network nodes during the MTF to ensure faster connectivity speeds across the network. The department aims to maintaining again 98% of uptime in the Security Operations Center by implementing the GPG cybersecurity strategy. There are measures in place to achieve this aim as the GPG cybersecurity policy and strategy and the cybersecurity detection and prevention tools. These have been developed and are being implemented already, Madam Speaker. The department, as the custodian of the centralization computing infrastructure, has migrated the departmental applications, e-services and data into a cloud-based, fully managed data center and will ensure 98% uptime of the FMDC. It is important that the GPG's computing infrastructure can adjust quickly and cost-effectively to accommodate changing demand. The department will facilitate the exploration of alternative solutions, including a hybrid cloud model. The department acknowledges that 4IR requires an inclusive approach to stimulate innovation and allow citizens to develop applications. The department will continue to support and advocate the Department of Innovative Application Solutions to bring government services to the public. The digital platform provides a single window for citizens to access government services and provides a common environment shared by multiple e-government services to save citizens cost, time and travel. The department again will maintain, enhance and expand e-services offerings of the Gauteng digital platform. Therefore, 15 e-services will be developed and or enhanced or upgraded and published together with the required applications on the GPG common platform. The department will also ensure that testing and certification of applications and ICT solutions are done on behalf of the province. 15 services will be tested in the 2022-2023 financial year. The department will facilitate integration of applications and e-services when necessary and develop standards and architects to guide client departments and entities on how to implement applications. A data and artificial intelligence ethics forum has been established with the Gauteng City region to control and guide the creative of a new world of knowledge. The department will execute 6 data analytic projects to ensure GPG data is used to enhance decision-making and improve service delivery, and publish 10 open data sets to ensure promotion and access of information. Honourable members, the department will continue again to deliver a consolidated service delivery and access channel capability through GPG common platform so that GPG can deliver ICT-enabled services for citizens and business, including government. To optimize human resource services in the GPG, the department will continue to roll out ESS models modules continue ESS advocacy workshop and ESS training to 14 entities to optimize HRS-related services in GPG to ensure awareness and information sharing, as well as to engage with clients utilizing these provided services. Good governance and policy framework are essential to ensure that all processes are ethically sound. The province-wide 4IR strategy and the e-waste management strategy were developed and approved to ensure good governance and oversight. The provincial e-waste management strategy allows the province to address and realize the benefits of one of the fastest growing waste streams in the world. The Gauteng Department of E-Government will, through the implementation of e-waste management strategy, but put measures in place to ensure that growing amounts of e-waste is disposed, recycled, repurposed to ensure clean, healthy and safe environment, but also stimulate economy through SMMEs support and job creation rather. The department will develop 3 provincial ICT standards and two provincial life cycle roadmaps in the coming financial year. The department will continue to facilitate and coordinate contracts, business agreements, and review the 13 service level agreements for transversal applications. There is a lack of transparency at the provincial level of the holistic ICT environment in respect of expenditure, resources, technology platforms, applications, services, as well as vendor supply contracts. To remedy this, the department will implement continuous ICT monitoring measures and reporting systems across GPG departments to identify and react to issues that impact on the overall cost efficiency of ICT usage in parts of our cross GPG. The uptake, relevance, efficiency, and usage of e-services and applications in the Gauteng digital platform is very important because it allows citizens to access government, and the department will therefore actively advocate the availability and convenience of use of e-services through campaigns to beneficiaries or Gauteng communities. The department again will continue to manage advocacy of the common platform. GPG departments will need to continuously communicate with their target beneficiaries or communities about the GPG common platform and e-services. E-government will conduct 10 advocacy awareness campaigns to promote awareness and the use of e-services, and 7 digital surveys would be conducted for the purposes of accumulating information on relevance of services offered to determine areas of improvement in the service delivery. The department will implement the Gauteng ICT skills development strategy in providing training to young people and government employees. This will ensure that the township-based ICT entrepreneurs are supported and that staff is fully capable of utilizing the existing technology more efficiently and effectively to provide government services to Gauteng citizens. This will be done in collaboration with ICT partners and higher education institutions. The Gauteng Center of
Honorable
Excellence.
MEC, even the extra time I gave is beyond. So can you wrap up?
Thank you,
Yeah,
Madam.
maybe
The
your last
DCO
paragraph
was
or
created to build young citizens for Gauteng into leaders of digital innovation through ICT skills development, technical training, and for SMMEs and partners. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Truly appreciate it.
Okay, much thanks, MEC. Honorable Randa, is she in the house? Oh, she's virtual. Much thanks. I allowed the MEC to go beyond her allocated time because it was a budget speech, so I used my discretion and I allowed that. Honorable Randall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are all too familiar with the saying that if something isn't working, the best solution is to switch it off and switch it back on again. Click off, click on. Now, sadly, with lockdown came the shutdown of our economy. And for a successful economic reboot, we need strong information, communication, and technology infrastructure. This is a critical infrastructure just like roads, sanitation, and healthcare. One can agree that ICT access is fast becoming a human right that can potentially ensure millions of people access to decent jobs, education, vital information, and services. The Department of E-Government will allocate 1.6 billion this year for high-speed broadband access rollout in deprived areas over the next 3 years. 888 sites with wide area network, 118 sites with local area network, 45 Wi-Fi hotspots, and 84 sites with voice over internet protocol. With all budgets for common ICT now centralized under the Department of E-Government, Speaker, the Western Cape has secured grant funding this month from the US government worth 20 million for a feasibility study to expand broadband infrastructure for 500,000 people in the Western Cape. The study will assess the economic and technical viability of deploying new broadband infrastructure across the province, as well as potential ownership and operation models for future broadband deployments. Now, one can ask if the Gauteng Department of E-Government is doing similar feasibility studies, and if not, then how does it decide where the next GBN rollout will be prioritized? Are targets based on reliable studies? What has the department done to prepare the province and provincial government departments for the fourth industrial revolution, especially concerning the 4 game-changing technologies, namely artificial intelligence, robotics, cloud computing, and the Internet of Things? Yes, we were told many times that the department is working with the CSIR, but we've never seen any results as yet. Or must I believe the Honourable MP Yunus Karim, who told me in an appropriations meeting in December last year, and I quote, "That's why our government is not paying much attention to the fourth industrial revolution. It's not important. We are looking ahead to the fifth industrial revolution." Now, ironically, this department's mission statement is as follows: to modernize government services and foster the implementation of a citizen-centric innovation ecosystem that stimulates sustainable economic growth through transformative fourth industrial revolution technologies. As far as procurement is concerned, the department is required by law to process most of its procurement through CETA, given the nature of goods and services relating to the department's core business. Other than the contract renewal process for the GBN project through CETA, no major procurement is currently planned over the 2022 MTF. The relationship between e-government and CETA has always been a very difficult one. When CETA appointed Altron Nexus, they then threatened in July 2021 to switch off all provincial broadband services and cripple the Gauteng provincial government if CETA did not pay the outstanding 154 million to them immediately. Now, this happened because CETA did not follow the supply chain management process. No purchase orders issued. And the AG findings then resulted in irregular expenditure in the 2019-20 financial year. And CETA eventually received partial condemnation from National Treasury. Furthermore, the Portfolio Committee recommended that the National Department of Public Service and Administration, together with the Department of E-Government, I'm so sorry, urgently analyze and adjust salary packages for specialists such as cybersecurity and big data analysts, as the government is struggling to attract, secure and retain employment of these specialists due to the market scarcity and private sector competitive salary packages. Madam Deputy Speaker, the province must prepare its skilling pathways and training programs to meet demands and ensure that young people who need those jobs the most are brought into the digital economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Randall. Please nurse that cough, please. Want you back in good health. Moving on to Honorable Mazwi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. MEC, you know that eGov has been established as a vehicle to loot the state resource. You know from the bottom of your heart. The EFF remains opposed to the Gauteng Provincial having an eGov as a department on its own. This is the light of the budget allocated of 1.7 billion for the 2022-2023 financial year, which accumulates to 5 billion over the medium term expenditure. The idea of the eGov has got corrupt written all over it, and there remains no clear justification as to why this department cannot be absorbed by the Department of Communication or Postal Services. It remains concerned that the department currently a current budget allocated of 1.4 billion to roll out a high-spread broadband access to to areas over the next 3 years does not necessary, including the provision of GBN project management costs sufficient for the maintenance of the existing sites for the GBN Phase 3 rollout as a result of the lack of project managers after they left the department, forcing the function to GBN to be undertaken internally within the already inadequate and poor performing ICD shared services program that cannot even achieve its own target in relation to the number of previous disadvantage the ICT entrepreneurs supported. A number of ICT standard developed and site provided with a local, LAN and LOVLP. They are a competent state-owned entities that can roll out a broadband like a telecom SITA that are competent enough to do the job. We fail to understand why the routing government in particular saw it fit to use a taxpayer money to source a private entities where else other state entities could have been empowered and capacitated. We remain suspicion that the broadband is rolled out without the involving of the municipalities in the province. Some municipalities have already embarked on their own infrastructure building programs in select metros area with no, supported from eGov. Madam Speaker, we put it to you that even after the MEC met with a SITA and Altron to discuss a concern by the small and medium enterprises about maladministration and nepotism and deliberately contravening laws and regulation that governs the GBN project. This department has still failed to ensure that 40% of the GBN work in are awarded to a routing-based small business in the 5 regions of the province. Further, providing that the eGov is a get-rich scheme for politically affiliated individuals to the broadband public and job creation. In July 2021, last year, we were made aware of the fact that the department had turned to the Routing Infrastructure Funding Agency, of which is GIFA, to implement phase 2 of the GBN project. So, Madam Speaker, with an ever increasing budget, this department continues to dismally perform on its mandate to digitize all the government services.
Thank you, Honorable Member Mazwi.
And then as EFF, we reject this budget, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mazwi. Honorable Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Department of E-Government is at the coalface of rolling out ICT services through broadband networks, connecting provincial government departments and developing e-services within the departments, as well as being one of the spearheads of the 4th Industrial Revolution in Gauteng. While the department has spent 95% of the 386.414 million allocated to it, this is too little for all that needs to be achieved. The rollout of the 3rd phase of the Gauteng broadband network is in serious need of a strong private partner who is able to bring additional capital via public-private partnership to fully meet the requirements of Gauteng residents. When we read answers to questions about the work of the Gauteng City Region Fourth Industrial Revolution Advisory Panel, we see that the panel is only in the conceptual phase of how the technologies of the Fourth Industrial Revolution will benefit the Gauteng government, and in all likelihood will be overtaken by the Fifth Industrial Revolution before they have a handle on the Fourth. The work of e-government is critical to our 2020 society, and the potential advantages it offers to many of the workforce are enormous. Western Cape has created a tech hub for many small IT businesses, providing lucrative employment for those with required skills. While efforts have been made by the department to train 10,000 young people with IT skills, this really is only the tip of the iceberg in what is required to assist our young people who are living with one of the highest youth unemployment rates in the world. My colleague, the Honourable Randall, asked whether the Gauteng government has done any feasibility studies on the rollout of broadband network in Gauteng. I would like to expand that question further and ask whether the Gauteng government has interacted with any of the best e-governments in the world to investigate whether their systems can be introduced in Gauteng. According to the 2020 ranking by the United Nations of its 193 member states, in terms of digital government, the top three are Denmark, Republic of Korea, and Estonia. Prior to 1990, Estonia was a part of the former Soviet Union. Today, its digital governance is so successful that it's known as e-Estonia. The two major features of digital government in Estonia revolve around a digital ID card carried by every Estonian citizen. Through this card, they can access all government services, vote, open a company, and sign contracts, amongst other things. The ID card significantly speeds up access to government services and reduces fraud against the state and corruption by state officials. The second aspect to Estonia's digital government is called e-road, through which all government systems are connected and all systems talk to each other. Estonia has a tech-savvy government, and through its e-services training academy, has trained 4,500 officials from 60 governments around the world. In many respects, the Gauteng provincial government is still trying to get to grips with the Fourth Industrial Revolution and has been left behind by many of our trading partners who are powering ahead. This has created an issue for many of our residents looking for the infrastructure and knowledge that will help them deal with the modern world. As part of a future budget, this department should put aside some resources to undertake a survey of best practice in e-government. The knowledge gained can be used to speed up our digital journey for all residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Atkinson. Honourable Malima.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. As a point of departure, may I graciously request that I be allowed to switch off my camera for better connectivity, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the assumption that permission is granted, Honourable Speaker of the House, thank you very much. Honourable Speaker of the House and the Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier of Gauteng in absentia, members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honourable members of the Legislature, ladies and gentlemen, and the people of Gauteng. Madam Deputy Speaker, allow me to basically start by taking cue in passing our most sincere and deepest condolences to the bereaved Moerane family for the untimely passing of our comrade, treasure in Johannesburg, Comrade Moerane. May his harmless revolutionary soul rest in peace. In the same vein, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me also extend our heartfelt condolences to the bereaved Fraser family for the untimely passing of Umama Deborah Fraser. Madam Speaker, as you'll be aware that this is a very important Workers' Month, I want to also start by saluting Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to profusely apologize for the inconvenience caused by the network problem, but I also want to salute workers in this important Workers' Month You will be aware that the workers of South Africa are an important asset in the building of our envisaged national democratic society. They remain a driving force for change and social transformation in this country. They have been significant to the history of our liberation struggle, and their role continues to be important in the life of the African National Congress. It is an open secret that under apartheid, it was a working class in conjunction with progressive unions that drove mass mobilization and the organization of the oppressed to oppose the apartheid state and fight for national It was a working class, Madam Deputy Speaker, in conjunction with the progressive unions that drove mass mobilization and the organization of the oppressed to oppose the apartheid state and fight for national liberation and democracy to attain the freedom in our lifetime, and subsequently to create a conducive working environment for the better life to push back the frontiers of poverty. Indeed, we celebrate a Workers' Month with diligence and commitment to change the moribund economic challenges confronting us at this juncture. Honorable Deputy Speaker, today I'm privileged and honored to debate the budget vote of the provincial government on e-government department for 2022-2023 financial year, which will also seek to address the challenges of youth sector and unemployment as reflected on the current statistics South Africa for unemployment rate. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is one of the most critical departments which carry the hopes and aspirations of the people of Gauteng for economic emancipation to attain economic freedom and salvage them from the bondage of hunger and poverty across the boundaries of Gauteng. Honorable members, the clarion call to reigniting the Gauteng economy cannot be emphasized enough. Indeed, the Honorable Premier dwelt on this at length in his State of the Province address, pointing out that, and I quote, Gauteng City region is taking a lead in the implementation of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan announced by our President, Comrade Ramaphosa, close quote. This can be seen in the continued focus on high growth priority sectors and infrastructure investment projects that will be instrumental in unlocking the transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization of the different corridors and districts of our Gauteng City region. Madam Deputy Speaker, Gauteng Provincial Treasury will be working with the Department of E-Government to ensure that the Executive Council resolution on centralization of ICT functions within the departments is implemented in order to eliminate the duplication of applications as well as the ring fencing of funds for software packages. This will enable e-government department to properly exercise its role as the custodian of ICT in the province. And I want to submit to this August House that it is not true that the department is not paying the necessary attention to the fourth industrial revolution. Madam Speaker, it is in the same vein, it is also important to submit to this House that it is not true that the department was established in order to loot money. That such unfortunate assertion only exists in the figment of the imagination in this House. Furthermore, Madam Deputy Speaker, Gauteng Provincial Treasury will issue cost guidelines to departments and entities that will pave the way towards a standardized budget approach and processes in the determination of financial information, while e-government department will be implementing the guidelines to the fullest to ensure compliance. The guidelines will be applicable to all Gauteng provincial government departments and their trading entities and provincial public entities as listed in the Public Finance Management Act of 1999. These guidelines will include all categories of infrastructure, information technology, leases, acquirement of land, goods, and services being procured. Honorable members, Gauteng Department of E-Government has achieved numerous milestones since the rollout of the GPN project in 2014. This includes, among others, rollout of ICT infrastructure, e-services, which entails e-recruitment, school online application, and SAP ESS, and the implementation of voice over internet protocol connection, which has reduced telephone communication costs between departments. Honorable members, please note kindly that progress has also been made on the implementation of the common platform that allows citizens to access a wide range of government services through a single window at a click of a button. Provincially, the department has developed an application which was periodically tested at the Design and Validation Center to eliminate crashes, thereby minimizing disrupted connectivity. Madam Deputy Speaker, the promotion for the usage of e-government services is paramount to the citizen of the province to transform the remote areas of Gauteng city regions through advancing critical economic program, which seeks to benefit the working class in general and the poor in particular. The department conducted e-services advocacy program and also conducted customer satisfaction surveys which with clients' departments on service offering. Furthermore, the department has a strategic objective to stimulate the ICT economy in this current financial year, 2022-2023. This is achieved by facilitating incubation and innovation, as well as encouraging public-private partnership for the development and rollout of e-government services. Madam Deputy Speaker, without fear of contradiction on my part, this can be attributed to the high level of success and great achievement for the department. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC-led government acknowledges the challenges encountered by the department, and through oversight, we will ensure that the department implements accountability measures and consequence management to avoid poor performance of the Gauteng provincial departments during the year under review. The e-government is continuously supporting and capacitating the affected entities for them to comply with the Public Finance Management Act and other funding requirements modules which are related to minimum norms and standards for different fields of services. Despite the challenges, Gauteng Department of E-Government remains committed in its service delivery objectives to advance the striking of human emancipation for economic empowerment, to alleviate poverty and improve socio-economic conditions of Gauteng city regions, to advance national democratic revolution and service delivery in general. Madam Deputy Speaker, the ANC-led governance believes in integrity, accountability, ethical and morality of leading transformation agenda under the auspices of e-government as a cornerstone to change lives of people for new system of ICT and other key economic services which were demonstrated on many occasions for historic legacy to pursue the sixth administration mandate given by the people of Gauteng effectively. As ANC, Madam Speaker, once more, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to profusely apologize for the inconvenience, the unnecessary interruptions. But as the ANC, Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker,
Honorable Maluma? Yes, okay.
No, I'm still well within time. Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker, as the ANC, we do have confidence on our provincial government to lead Gauteng communities for the better life, and therefore we support the budget vote for e-government to introduce innovative ideas to help the poor and the working class. I thank you for the opportunity to address this August House, Honorable Deputy Speaker Gyalebua, and sorry for the inconvenience as a direct ramification of the network problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we must advise colleagues or honorable members, those who are on the speaking list, those who will be speaking, it's wise that they attend physically so that we don't experience such problems. We can't help it when it's network problems, but I think it's wise that colleagues come, attend physically. Thank you. Honorable...
Council is taken.
No, it won't work. You can't be told how to
Honorable
answer.
MC.
You've got virtual and physical. We'll take what we want.
Let me see for Igav can speak. Madam Speaker, you know, I'm not going to go down to that level. Kamazwi, yobase stratmate uyayaz bandingayenza but andicingi tu andizuvuma. Ngoba umazwi akazange ayifunde i-report yakhe. And ufuna
No, it's not like that, MEC. But you know very well.
Umnanawe andifuni siye kulo mcimbi lo.
Madam Deputy
It's
Speaker,
a mess.
Uyayazi uba ndiyakwazi uyenza loo nto leyo
all our
andizizuza tu mazwi andizi.
No, you know very well.
MEC must withdraw to call our honorable member Stratmate.
I am not going to go down to that from the bottom of your heart, Madam Speaker, as Mazwi said. Andizukulwa naye too, because akafundanga i-report, and I'm expecting Mazwi to go and read the report.
On
But
our
let me
previous
thank.
meeting, Madam,
Man.
on our previous meeting, I told you that the EGAV is mess. I told you, MEC.
Honorable members, I want to thank the members that have participated, Madam Speaker, on the debate, and I will agree with them on the issues that they are raising, but I will clarify a few things. The first one is that, Madam Speaker, as EGAV, we have partnered now with TPSA to get the funding for the feasibility study on the broadband commercialization, and yesterday, already there are results in that process of getting a transactional advisor that JIFA is busy with, and I think Uviluma Zweteta Ngendene JIFA. We have asked JIFA to help us to get the transactional advisor for commercialization of broadband, and we are working even with the national government, the office, the president's office that is led by Mr. Sputla Ramkhupa. So we're working with them and the DPSA. Processes are in place in that. Their final meeting was on the 3rd of May, when now systems can go anytime, Madam. And then on the issue, Madam, that they are raising, Comrade, Honorable Member, Umazwi, he must go and read the report correctly. EGAV has achieved 30 out of 33 targets for 2021-22 financial year, and not achieved 5% spending on the military veterans. That's the process that we're having in terms of, because we're bringing that new part that was not there in terms of our spending in the department. So and then 5% recruitment, only 4 sites on land that have been implemented, which concluded on the 3rd of April 2022, 3 days after that the financial year closes. So EGAV, all in all, we have achieved 91% in all our targets. So I want Mazwi to go back to the report and other members so that he is not misleading us in the House. That's why I'm saying, I know even in the meeting that we had with the committee members, he didn't listen when we were trying to clarify some of the things that members want us to do. Hence, he can't even debate today, talk about things angazaziyo. And we have started working with all other departments on the centralization, Madam Speaker, that we have created on the centralization. Already systems are in place. There are meetings that the departments are having to ensure that that process goes smooth, and we work exactly to what the department are expected to do, because we do have monies that are in the departments, but now we've moved everything. It's centralized, and whatever we'll be doing together as a department, so that we don't work in silos, and that process is there, Madam Speaker. The other thing, Madam Speaker, that we have started doing is to ensure we have these 2 policies that we've created: the end user ICT equipments policy and the standard ICT applications policy. Those are the policies that we are going to use working with the departments. And again, Madam Speaker, as Gauteng Provincial Government, the ICT CIOs Forum do sit, And we're even working with municipalities. Not a single municipality doesn't forward the name of the CIO to the monthly meetings that they have as a department, because again, we don't want to go and work outside with municipalities without the CIO, so there is a forum that they are having. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I think, again, just one last issue on the issue of entrepreneurs. We had a target of 80 entrepreneurs that we have supported last year. And now, but we targeted 80, but we've managed to achieve 114 entrepreneurs that were supported by the department in all those ICT programs that are being done. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Honorable MMC.
MMC, we asked you a very simple question or now.
I beg your pardon. Order,
veterans do we
order.
have?
Can you allow us to flow with the business of the day, colleagues? Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The third order is the consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury Budget, Vote 14 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G001-2022 for the 2022-23 financial year.
Thank you once again, Madam Deputy Speaker, Premier, Leader of the Majority Party, honorable members and Gauteng citizens. I would like to request that the parts of the report that are not going to be read out be considered as read. I'm just going to go straight to the executive summary, concerns and recommendations, and also maybe join the citizens of Johannesburg in expressing our condolences to the family of the former mayor, Mpho Moerane. The purpose of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasurer on the detail of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022 of 2022-23 financial year is to examine the implications of the projected expenditure for the current financial year, with particular emphasis on the alignment with the annual performance plans of the province. The 2022 medium-term expenditure framework is a significant one in that it is the halfway mark of the sixth political administration, characterized by the formulation and implementation of Growing Gauteng Together 2030, a roadmap to the Gauteng City region of the future. The MTF period is also the last mile of the sixth political administration. Therefore, there is a sense of agency in consolidating and delivering on the aspiration of GGT 2030 intervention if what is escapulated in the GCR is to be realized. The MTF budget was crafted within a tight physical space, characterized by the economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic, the negative impact of the July 2021 unrest, and associated negative investor confidence, and an ever-increasing levels of unemployment and inequality. The 2022 medium-term expenditure framework is marked by a physical consolidation and concerted efforts towards reconstruction and recovery of the economy of the Gauteng City region. As such, the 2022 budget is supported by the following key principles: resourcing the provincial priorities of winning the battle against the pandemic, reigniting the Gauteng economy and recalibrating the social policy to improve education and health outcomes, reprioritization of the budget to resource GGT 2030 priorities and the COVID-19 response plan, shift of funding from consumption to investment in strategic economic infrastructure to support government reconstruction and recovery efforts, readiness of the department to implement and capacity to deliver on the infrastructure projects. It is clear what the budget allocation of 792.9 million is intended for in the current financial year, which increases to 833.4 million in the outer year of MTF. The Gauteng Provincial Treasurer needs to continue to provide quality support to the Gauteng provincial government departments and entities on a continuous basis to ensure capacity building is conducted. The budget is allocated to the following programs: 168.1 million for administration, 171.1 million to sustainable physical resource management, 137.4 million for financial governance, 108.3 million for provincial supply chain management, 73.7 million for municipal financial governance, and Gauteng audit services receive 134.9 for the current financial year. With this regard, the economic classification, the budget for compensation of employees grows in the 2022 MTF period from 665.3 to 700.9 in the coming year of 2024-2025. The rationale behind the increase is in the implementation of the new organizational structure approved by the Department of Public Service and Administration. The goods and services budget also reflects an increase from 63.2 million to 65.2 million in the outer financial year. The provision is made for key projects such as the media services of the province, budget tabling events, and the implementation of the infrastructure delivery management services. Furthermore, the budget provides for P-card software licenses, support to municipalities on the implementation of the standard chart for accounts and external training. Finally, the budget makes provision for the automation of the annual financial system projects approved in 2021-2022 financial year. The transfer to Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency, GIFA, increases from 63.7 to 65.5 million in the 2024-25 financial year. Transfer to the household provide to injury on duty, leave, graduate payments and bursaries will receive some increase from 457,000 to 499 in the outer year. To this effect, the Portfolio Committee will play an important role in conducting oversight over GPT and its government component in order to ensure that the plans outlined above are achieved. Focus on the Portfolio Committee for the year will be monitoring the process of service delivery, making sure that infrastructure capacity building, strengthening of corporate governance at municipality and provincial departments is tailored to make sure that there is support and modernization of financial business systems in the province. The committee's concerns The committee is concerned about the delay of the population of the organizational structure in the view of high unemployment figures that we are facing as a province and a country. And the committee recommends that after assessing this detail of the Provincial Appropriation Bill for Gauteng Provincial Treasury Vote 14, the Portfolio Committee requests that by 2022, GPD should, July 2022, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury should provide the Portfolio Committee with a plan of how it will implement the population of the approved organizational structure and will also provide timeframes with that regard. We'd like to acknowledge the MEC of Finance, MEC Nomantu Nkomo Raluhuku, the head of department, Ms. Miani, and all the senior officials of Gauteng Provincial Treasury. We also would like to appreciate the diligence and commitment of members of the Portfolio Committee, as outlined, Mr. Pima Lima, Dr. M.R. Paladi, Dikhamela, Mr. Willem Macheke, Ms. Randall, Mr. P. Atkinson, Mr. Casey Mazwi, and Mr. Mukwebu. The committee extends its gratitude to the following support staff for their work and dedication to the work of our committee: Mr. Budibe, Senior Committee Coordinator, Mr. J. Mutsane and C. Dibier, Researcher M. Tsehla, and Ms. L. Chilwane, Legal Advisor L. Mudau, Senior Information Officer, Mr. Ntsibande, Media Officer Dikola, Committee Administrator, Mr. Z. Mabuza, and R. Msimang, the Catering Assistant, and Ms. Tene, and Hansard Recorder, Ms. R. Singh. With everything considered, after extensive deliberation, the Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the report of the detailed budget vote 14 Gauteng Provincial Treasury of Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill in terms of Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read with the Rule 164. The Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the Committee Oversight Report on the detail of budget vote 14 Gauteng Provincial Treasury of Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill. I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Masobu. Is there a seconder?
Yes, I second, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now put the question. All those who agree with the adoption, can they say yes?
Yes.
Those
Yes.
who do not agree, say no. Okay, report is adopted. Thank you very much. Secretary, please read us the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The fourth order is the debate on the detail of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury Budget Vote 14 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 2022 for the 2022-23 financial year.
Thank you, MEC. Ralihoko. IT.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier, colleagues in the Executive, honorable members of the House, comrades and friends, citizens of Gauteng, we are presenting this budget vote of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury in complex and difficult times of our province and our citizens. The provincial economy, which contributes more than 35% to South Africa's gross domestic product, is still about 1% smaller than it was in 2019. Our unemployment rate, particularly amongst youth, is unacceptably high. Poverty and inequality have deepened in our society. These socio-economic challenges are not new, but were worsened since 2020 by the outbreak of COVID-19, which has devastated economies across the world and lead to a loss of lives and livelihoods. It was because of these challenges that following the midterm review of the 6th administration, we decided to focus on jobs and the economy in the last 2.5 years of this political term of government. Working within the Growing Gauteng Together plan, the Gauteng Provincial Government will implement the following priorities: the economy, jobs and infrastructure, which are core to reigniting the Gauteng economy; education, skills, revolution and health, to focus on recalibrating social policy to improve educational and health outcomes; integrated human settlements and land release; safety, social cohesion and food security, as well as building a capable, ethical and developmental state, to include measures aimed at improving governance across the Gauteng city region. As a provincial treasury, our primary task is to protect the public money and ensure that it is spent effectively and efficiently to improve the lives of the people. This mandate is enshrined in Section 215 and Section 216 of the Constitution and Section 17 and 18 of the Public Finance Management Act. As custodians of public finances, we are central to ensure that departments and public entities are funded and use money effectively to realize the provincial priorities. In addition, our role as provincial treasury is of a sub-national government such as Gauteng is to also work within a very difficult environment to support our broad plan of radical social and economic transformation that we are implementing in partnership with the rest of society. In this regard, it gives me pleasure to inform this House that we have appointed Standard Bank of South Africa Limited as a provincial banker for the next 5 years. We are looking forward to work closely with the bank to drive economic transformational initiatives of the provincial government. In our view as provincial government is that improvements in public finance management and economic transformation are in no way incompatible. We believe that we have shown in practice that it is possible to do both successfully. Honourable members, to achieve our objective of ensuring effective and efficient financial management and drive economic transformation, provincial government has been allocated a budget of more than 792 million for the 2020-23 financial year. We will use these resources to do the following issues: improve our revenue collection so that we maintain and enhance provincial spending first and foremost on education, healthcare and social services. Sustain improvements in the public finance management to further cut waste, eliminate corruption and strengthen public accountability. Use public procurement to transform the economic landscape and build a more inclusive and sustainable growth path, and grow our infrastructure spend through and on-off budget initiatives. Honourable members, improved revenue collection will ensure that we maintain and enhance spending on education, healthcare and social services at the time when transfers from national government are declining. That is why we launched the GPG Revenue Enhancement Strategy last month, and the overall aim of it is to increase revenue generated from the province over the next 3 years by 3.7 billion over and above 2020-2022 MTF revenue baseline estimates. As a province, we recognize that enhanced own revenue collection relies less in introducing new taxes within our mandate and in accordance with that prescribed processes, but rather improving efficiency of collection from the traditional sources. We will continue to enforce the effective and efficient administration of fiscal resources, including oversight on revenue and expenditure of infrastructure budgets to ensure service delivery. The Sustainable Financial Resource Management Business Unit is allocated a budget of 170 million for this year to implement its strategic objectives. Through the Financial Governance Business Unit, we have continued to implement interventions to support departments, municipalities and entities to improve management of their finances in accordance with the rules and regulations. These efforts resulted in the provincial government in 2020-2021 financial year recording a total of 17 clean audits. Local government has been also steadily improving financial management, with the city of Ekurhuleni and Midvaal maintaining clean audits. However, we realize that much work still needs to be done across the Gauteng city region to sustain improvements in public finance management, to further cut waste, eliminate corruption, and strengthen public accountability. Last week, I chaired the first meeting of the War Room on clean audits, 10 to 30-day payment, and transformative procurement. This War Room has been established in compliance with Ex-Col Lekgotla resolution. It brings together Provincial Treasury, Department of Cooperative Governance, Office of the Auditor General, audit committees, national departments, academia, private sector representatives with expertise on specialized areas such as legal, finance, ethics, supply chain, and policy. Through this War Room, we will unleash the collective knowledge and skills of this team to address provincial government challenges in the 4 areas: litigation, consequence management, payment of invoices within 10 to 30 days, transformative procurement. As part of the work of this War Room, Provincial Treasury is already working with departments who did not achieve good results in paying suppliers within 30 days in the previous financial year, and these are social development, health and infrastructure development. We are intervening in these departments to resolve outstanding payments and ensure that going forward, all our departments pay suppliers on time. This is important to support small businesses, particularly township enterprises. In line with our commitment to public accountability, we will continuously report to this House progress of this War Room, which is making to bring clean governance in the global city region. In addition, Gauteng Audit Service will conduct internal audits in accordance with approved risk-based plans. This will ensure that the problematic areas are identified and addressed timeously to improve financial audit outcomes as part of our new organizational structure, and we are in the process of enhancing the capacity of GAS to ensure that it achieves its objectives. We have allocated budgets of 137 million to financial governance and 134 to Gauteng audit services, respectively, to implement strategic priorities in this financial year. Honourable members, to improve transparency, accountability, integrity, and public scrutiny regarding all decisions made on tenders, the Provincial Supply Chain Management Business Unit has continued facilitating the implementation of open tender processes. Since 2014, a total of 272 contracts valued of 34 billion have been awarded through the open tender process. Since April 2020, in line with Section 38 of the Public Finance Management Act, which details the general responsibilities of accounting officers, Provincial Treasury has been engaging in a process of decentralizing the open tender function to departments. To date, the function of managing open tender has been successfully handed over to 12 departments and entities. In response to Premier David Makura's call that he made during the State of the Province address to strengthen fraud detection on contracts, Provincial Treasury has started a process to introduce compliance checks in mini profit audits on procurement transactions with threshold of between 500,000 to 1 million using price quotation. This will strengthen governance and contribute towards fighting fraud and corruption. Working with the Department of eGov, we are making progress in tracking all the subcontracted contracts in the Gauteng Provincial Government. By the end of the 2021-2022 financial year, a total of 243 companies were subcontracted to a total value of 1 billion, which was 26% of the total contracts value in the provincial government. To accelerate economic transformation, inclusion and sustainability of emerging enterprises, we continue to register township businesses on the central database and train them on how to access opportunities in the public sector. We do this to ensure that government procurement is used to support market access and sustainability for substantial numbers of emerging enterprises owned by historical disadvantaged individuals, particularly those from the township economy. As you are aware, honourable members, on the 16th of April 2022, the Constitutional Court handed down the judgment in the application for leave to appeal against a judgment and order of the Supreme Court of Appeal. In as far as for the validity of the Preferential Procurement Regulations 2017 promulgated by the Minister of Finance in terms of the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act No. 5 of 2000. This application was brought by the Minister of Finance against Agribusiness NPC. The Minister has, on an agent basis, sought confirmation from the Constitutional Court that the validity of the Preferential Procurement Regulations 2017 has been and continues to be suspended for a period of 12 months. While awaiting the outcome of the above from the Constitutional Court, National Treasury issued an advisory note in response to numerous requests for guidance on how to deal with the court judgment, and organs of state were advised that, amongst other things, tenders advertised on after 16 February be placed on hold. No new tenders be advertised.
The time has expired.
Okay. I'll finish in the last
Yes.
10 minutes. Thank you, Madam.
When you reply, yes. Honourable Randall.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have been hard hit by the pandemic, and the fact is that we remain locked in a struggle between a virus and a vaccine, and we can never let the virus win. So one can ask if Gauteng Treasury has a solid recovery plan that will ensure we move forward, and whether we can provide proper service delivery to our residents. That is why the top priority of this budget must be to keep the recovery going whilst providing relief and better services for the people of Gauteng. Deputy Speaker, the best form of social protection is a real job. Reduction of unemployment must remain one of this government's biggest priorities, and the Gauteng Provincial Treasury has a crucial responsibility of making sure that funds allocated towards, especially this time around, the presidential youth initiatives, are spent according to the required guidelines and with the frameworks to avoid potential abuse and corruption. There was non-compliance in the procurement of COVID-19 related personal protective equipment and infrastructure during the hard lockdown period. The emergency procurement instructions from National Treasury were ignored, which is a testament of how critical, responsible, and continuous oversight and accountability is for this department. Corruption and abuse resulted in millions and rands of taxpayers' money spent last year on SIU investigations in the GPG. We urgently need to see a new fiscal anchor in the form of a public sector wage plan tied to productivity and service delivery, which would bring better control of public finances. Effective training and capacity building programs remain crucial for improved performance of the provincial treasury and the support they in turn need to give to struggling local municipalities where skills gaps and critical vacancies exist. Municipalities need to diversify their revenue mix as part of building financial resilience in local government, and Gauteng Treasury needs to play an integral part in achieving this. We want to commend the Treasury for the launch of the GPG's own revenue enhancement strategy, a strategy that would focus on the optimization of current revenue sources and new initiatives. Hopefully, the strategy will find a place in municipalities as well. Sorry. Treasury needs to further assist departments to adopt changes in provincial conditional grants to ensure that it results in optimally benefiting from the changes. We should also be doing much more to support our SMMEs, as this is a sector where the most jobs should be created, and again, Treasury can be the champion in exploring ways and means to increase support. We note that under Programme 4, Provincial Supply Chain Management and Movable Asset Management, the increase in compensation of employees for the current financial year will go towards the capacitation of subunits within the program, as well as supply development in support the township economy revitalization strategy. Sorry, the DA welcomes the department's new additional output indicator, which relates to the implementation of procurement plans by departments. And in line with this additional indicator, the monitoring of the implementation of procurement plans by departments and production of reports thereof. Increased monitoring of the implementation of the open tender process by departments and entities is critical, sorry, as projects cannot be held back because of a lack of departmental procurement plans and delays in advertising and awarding contracts in time and within budget. Deputy Speaker, in closing, I wish to quote Franklin Roosevelt from his inaugural speech, where he said the following, and I quote, "Most important, a host of unemployed citizens face the grim problem of existence, and an equally great number toil with little return. Only a foolish optimist can deny the dark realities of the moment. Our greatest primary task is to put people to work. This is no unsolvable problem if we face it genuinely and courageously. There are many ways in which it can be helped, but it can never be helped merely by talking about it. We must act, and we must act quickly." I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Randall. Honorable Mukwebo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. As the EFF, we reject the budget to be allocated to this provincial treasury. The reason being, they are not complying with their oversight, which they must do, assisting the Department of COGTA, more especially to reduce the spending and wasteful expenditures which are encountering in all municipalities in this province. The primary task of the provincial treasury is to protect the taxpayers' money to ensure the efficient and effective expenditure of these funds, of which as the EFF, we are not seeing that, because whenever we raise questions with the MEC, we are not getting a clear answer on how and the strategy to assist our municipalities and the province of Gauteng. The department has failed to show us how the budget for the department to support the staff in service delivery, that this contribution, it increased the employment which we need as a province, because here in Gauteng, we have got a crisis of unemployment, more especially on the youth side. So this department must be the department which is led by the MEC, who can tell us how can they inject funds to assist this unemployment to be reduced in this province. On corruption, there is a procurement process which they are utilizing now, of which is not open, and it is shown in favor of those who are connected to political leaders. In this province, we want a government which can be able to provide services on its own without relying on these services which are provided by comrades who are related to their group. All provincial departments are failing to achieve planned targets. There is a wastage of resources caused by poor financial management and lack of leadership. The Treasury has failed dismal to protect taxpayers' money by playing an oversight role. Municipalities are in serious financial distress, and the department has failed to ensure that allocated resources to municipalities are used optimally to provide the necessary basic services. The department has failed to assist departments and municipalities to collect revenues. In the nutshell, the department has failed to take greater control in the reindustrialization of Gauteng economy. The EFF rejected this budget. I thank you, Deputy Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mukabo. Honorable Atkinson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Gauteng Infrastructure Finance Agency tells us that it endeavours to be a centre of excellence in the public sector in strategic infrastructure financing solutions. Their full-year expenditure amounted to 90% of a budget of 64.044 million, with project development expending 97% of its budget, administration 91%, and project finance a rather worrying 69% of budget. While these numbers may look reasonably good, the agency suffers from two perennial problems. Firstly, it needs to be more aggressive in seeking out partners with private capital to do proper public-private partnerships. This will assist in taking pressure off state finances and will also help to expand the scope of projects that they can undertake. The other perennial problem is in bringing its projects to financial closure. Much of what GFA does relates to growing economic sectors. Some examples being the jewellery hub development, the development of the Krugersdorp Game Reserve, and the establishments of special economic zones. Failure to launch these projects has dire consequences for thousands of unemployed Gauteng residents who are hoping for job opportunities when these projects launched. One particularly notable case has been the Kopanong project, which has been running for some 20 years with no end in sight. For Gauteng residents to feel they're getting good value for their 64 million allocated to GFA, they need to see projects finalised and new projects undertaken which relate to critical areas of economic success for this province. One particularly critical area for the future economic health of the Gauteng economy is the proper operation of our water infrastructure. The failures in our electricity infrastructure and the resultant electricity load shedding are legendary and now widely reported. Load shedding has cost 122,500 Gauteng residents their jobs. Failure in our water infrastructure can greatly increase this number of unemployed in the province. If an industry is not able to source sufficient water for their needs, current operations may be moved elsewhere in the country or new investments in Gauteng cancelled. A recent report highlighting Mfuleni local municipalities' water losses of up to 52% of all water that passes through its pipes due to leaks indicates the extent of the problem facing Gauteng municipalities. While this may appear to be less of a problem when water is plentiful, the pressures on the water supply due to in-migration from other provinces and the potential effects of climate change mean that this is an issue that needs to be addressed with urgency. Recent discussions at our Finance Committee meeting led to suggestions to be added to the negotiating mandate to the National Treasury relating to the Division of Revenue Bill. These were focused on the successful completion of the Vaal River Water Project and the renewing of the water and sewerage infrastructure in this province. Looking to the future, the DA calls upon the Gauteng government to allocate sufficient resources to avert a potential future water crisis. Rand Water appears to have plans in place to renew the infrastructure and is looking for provincial and local governments to buy into the plan. While GFA has struggled to bring many of its projects to conclusion, it could provide a critical service to Gauteng by managing a province-wide renewal of our water infrastructure, bringing in public-private partnerships where possible. Failure to properly plan Gauteng's future water infrastructure may render many of GFA's present and future projects untenable. Thank you.
Honorable Duhamel.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker of the House, the Honorable Premier in absentia, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of the Legislature, ladies and gentlemen, the people of Gauteng. Good morning. Honorable Deputy Speaker, since the dawn of democracy in 1994, our mission as the African National Congress has consistently been the creation of a better life for all South Africans with a greater focus on those who cannot afford to provide for themselves. Our goal has always been to provide decent services and to transform society for all the people, to give dignity to the most vulnerable by providing them with the basic necessities to push back the frontiers of poverty. Madam Deputy Speaker, the African National Congress-led government, through its departmental budget, has sharply outlined the critical and fundamental budget items which addresses the basic needs of our people in different sectors of the economy. The budget, hence, is designed to give a framework for creating a better life and create integrated and sustainable economic activities within a smart Gauteng city region, which will run concurrently with the revitalization of the township economy for the purpose of the rolling out the special economic zones, normally called SEZ, across the Gauteng city region, which remains at the core of the GPG's long-term economic growth plans. Honorable members, the budget has been aligned to national and provincial sector priorities of the sixth-term administration. Its intended impact and outcome is to lead and direct the service delivery across Gauteng and the restoration of human dignity. This will be achieved as outlined in the budget through the following important pillars, which have been influenced by the February 2022 African National Congress Lekgotla resolutions. In response to the global and domestic challenges that confront the province, the Gauteng government has committed to a plan of growing Gauteng together 2030, henceforth referred to as GGT 2030. The plan reflects a collective vision for the Gauteng city region in a decade's time and beyond. It also highlights priority actions and measures of success. Therefore, the 2022 medium-term expenditure framework budget outlines the extent to which the GGT 2030 has been resourced with a view to grow the ideals and the vision contained in the GGT 2030. Madam Deputy Speaker, the GGT 2030 does not constitute a departure from the foregoing policy priorities only. It's also a plan of action, sets out the vision for the Gauteng by 2030, guided by the principles and priorities contained in the Freedom Charter, the National Development Plan, the Manifesto, work carried out to date as part of Gauteng's transformation, modernization and reindustrialization program to resuscitate the Gauteng economy and create sustainable jobs. Hence, it is guided by the following overarching policy strategies, commitments, and policy directives: the Sustainable Development Goals, the New Urban Agenda, the Paris Climate Agreement, commonly called COP21, and the African Union Agenda 2063 at international level. At the provincial level, Madam Deputy Speaker, the strategy is demystified by Gauteng Spatial Development Framework 2030 and Gauteng City Region Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan. The medium-term strategic framework, the Integrated Urban Development Framework, and the National Spatial Development Framework at the national level. While at the local level, the strategy is supported by municipal growth and development strategies, integrated development plans, and spatial development framework. Honorable members, the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, commonly referred to as GIFA, endeavors to be a center of excellence in the public sector in strategic infrastructure financing solutions. It also places emphasis on sound corporate governance in the Gauteng Fund Project Office in respect of effective and efficient resource management services. It also secures alternative finance resources such as creation of new revenue streams, thereby ensuring cost efficiencies and consolidating resources for economies of scale to implement the mandate of the African National Congress for Economic Reconstructions. This complies with Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act of 1999 as amended, while is intended to help the government of the African National Congress to realize the implementation of National Democratic Society on Poverty Alleviation, which complemented by the Freedom Charter, open quote of the Freedom Charter, the people shall share in the country's wealth, close quote, translated to transferred the wealth beneath to the ownership of the people as a whole. Therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, the budget vote of the Treasury Department supersedes anything that seeks to push back the frontiers of the poverty in the province with the intention and the purposes of responding to the challenges of the working class and the poor. We, as an African National Congress-led government, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are happy that the overall budget of the department is channeled to poverty alleviation and address the challenges faced by young people, women, and people living with disabilities for reduction of unemployment rate in our province. The African National Congress supports the extensive financial intervention program to fast-track the development program under financial intervention, scrutiny of the Department of Provincial Treasury, to focus on the infrastructure development and resuscitate the economic condition of the province. Honorable members, we are looking forward for the better improvement of the departments to focus mainly on the core mandate to deliver a decent, dignified human service to address the social welfare for the poor and vulnerable people in Gauteng. The African National Congress-led government reaffirms its mandate to work with and support the provision of services across the province with the intention to improve lives of the citizens for the better. I therefore support this budget vote of the department for 2022-2023 financial year. I thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable De Gamela. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while we are awaiting the outcome of the above from the Constitutional Court, as I was indicating earlier on, the National Treasury issued an advisory note in response to numerous requests for guidance on how to deal with the court judgment, and organs of state were advised that, and amongst other things, is the issue of tenders advertised on and after the 16th of February 2022 be placed on hold, new tenders be advertised until the new regulations take effect or the Constitutional Court clarity on the suspension of the invalidity of the 2017 regulations is provided. Whichever occurs first, an organ of state may, in terms of Section 3, subsection C of the Act, request an exemption from the provision of the Act for a specific procurement requirement or category of the procurement requirements. So Provincial Treasury is therefore assisting departments and entities by facilitating those requests for exemptions to National Treasury to ensure that the delivery of critical services to our people is not compromised. Provincial supply chain management business is allocated a budget of 108 million in this financial year. Municipalities are a sphere of government that is closest to the people. As part of our work to capacitate municipalities, improve financial performance, Provincial Treasury, in partnership with National Treasury and Transport Sector Education and Training Authority, is engaged in an initiative to train supply chain management practitioners in local government, and those courses have already started, Madam Deputy Speaker. This project has seen 52 municipal SCM officials who did not have any qualification in this area graduating with a higher certificate of supply chain management consisting of 152 credits at NQF level 5 of the South African National Qualification Framework for the elective stream, purchasing and supply for the public sector. This initiative has been very successful to an extent that the second group of 60 trainees on this learnership have already completed their training and will graduate soon. In addition, the third cohort of 130 SCM practitioners have already started with their training. We fully understand that to achieve our goal of promoting transparency, accountability and ethical governance in the Gauteng City region, we must strengthen financial management practices in local government, particularly in the supply chain management function, and I fully agree with the colleagues that have raised that issue. But there is an improvement, Madam Speaker, on the area of supply chain in municipalities. In case that members can go and refer to is the AG's report that have indicated that we have performed much better because of the intervention of the provincial treasury. Municipalities now are much more better than they were before. So I will want colleagues to go and read that report before Bendikibisela ngamache, Madam Speaker. We fully understand that to achieve our goal of promoting transparency, accountability and ethical governance in the city region, we must strengthen those financial management practices in local government. Furthermore, Provincial Treasury will continue to participate in and host IGR stakeholder engagements through various fora and provide structured and targeted capacity building initiatives to municipalities. We also conduct Municipal Finance Management Act compliance assessment to monitor the level of implementation of MFMA and its regulations. And we are busy now even working very closely with MPEC committees, Madam Speaker, doing some workshops as Provincial Treasury, so that they are able to understand exactly when they are looking in those audit reports, what is the expectation, and do the oversight work that is successful. And I want to appeal to the legislature, the SCOPA committee to assist us in this regard so that we partner when we do this work of the training of municipalities, especially MPEC committees, to do the oversight over their departments. The Municipal Financial Governance Business Unit is allocated a budget of 73 million in this financial year to support efficient and effective financial management in municipalities and municipal entities. Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, which is GIFA, continues to implement the mandate of raising alternative funding for strategic infrastructure projects that will be financed off budget. This is finance for infrastructure raised from various sources such as private equity funders, development finance institutions, grant and donor funders. GIFA's portfolio has grown significantly in recent years, and it has built a strong presence within the province and municipalities. Its most critical focus of delivering robust and sustainable infrastructure project preparation has resulted in projects such as rooftop solar PV, Phase 1 Innovation Hub Enterprise Building 2 and 3, reaching the financial stage of financial close. The successful financing and implementation of the rooftop solar PV Phase 1 this year will lead to 11 provincial hospitals harnessing close to 10 MW of their new electricity power from rooftop solar PVs, thus alleviating the burden on the national grid. Meanwhile, we will be supporting the objective of Gauteng Integrated Green Energy Strategy. The signing of the agreement in the coming weeks between the South African National Space Agency and the private party will result in SANSA acquiring operating space at the Innovation Hub as an anchor tenant of Enterprise Building 3. This will be a significant milestone in that it will bring the much-needed confidence to the Innovation Hub to attract smart industries, green economy companies, and high-value-added service industries to take up occupancy within the hub. The ongoing gradual economic recovery and expected growth provides for the good prospects of precincts such as Innovation Hub. That is why GIFA has concluded a high-level market study on the future developments and this important science park. Honorable members, GIFA has been working with the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, GGDA, in conceptualizing the developing and jewelry manufacturing precinct, JMP, on a 6.5 hectare piece of land designated as an industrial development zone within the OR Tambo International Airport precinct. The construction of the jewelry manufacturing hub has started and is expected to be completed late this year. Over the last years, this partnership between GIFA and GGDA has brought about two more important developments in the JMP vicinity. Firstly, the Into Food Group Factory, which is a premium prepared food and beverage business delivering innovative packaging solutions for retailers such as Woolworths and other international customer retailers. This factory is now operational and has provided more than 500 job opportunities. The second development is a super block, which is an office park that will house all the agencies and logistic companies that offer services to the industries in the precinct. In line with the provincial government's commitment to support the revival and reinvention of the economies of southern and western corridors, GIFA has completed the feasibility study and business case of Citibank Fresh Produce Market. This entails the refurbishment and the existing market, modernize the facility, increase its size, and introduce an agro-processing component. This 500 million project will create approximately 6,000 direct and indirect job opportunities and a positive impact on the GDP of the region. GIFA and the municipality are working with the National Treasury to deliver this project as a PPP, whereby the private party will finance, build and operate with the fresh produce market. GIFA engaged the private parties on the structured dialogue to ensure private sector participation and create awareness about the project. The project is expected to be released to market in 2022 after National Treasury's approval. In the West Rand, GIFA has been working with the several stakeholders to establish a multi-stakeholder development initiative called Bukamuso Baruna Initiative. Bukamuso Baruna Initiative has identified a number of projects for development and implementation on a short, medium, and long-term period. A progressive partnership has been established with the African Development Bank, which has been made available $500,000 US dollars for the development and preparation of the project under the auspices of the Bukamuso Baruna. Mirafong Bioenergy Park and West Agri Park are the projects that GIFA will be working on this financial year. In the same region, GIFA is also working on Mirafong Solar Farm Cluster Project and is preparing the identified land parcels for the private party to finance, develop, operate the solar farm cluster. GIFA will release the project to the market in 2022. Honorable members, equitable share cuts experienced by education because of the national fiscal consultation had impacted negatively on the affordability of Gauteng Schools program to build 60 schools through a PPP model. As a result, GIFA is exploring alternative funding, raising opportunities as a donor and grant funding. Already, the Gauteng Schools program has been registered with the Presidential Infrastructure South Africa. GIFA is also working with TPSA Infrastructure Fund to apply for grant from National Treasury's budget facility for infrastructure. Depending on the funds raised, will determine the optimal delivery model in this project. We are currently finalizing a partnership with the European Investment Bank with the focus on supporting alternative waste treatment technology programs in the 3 metros of Gauteng. Furthermore, GIFA is part of GPG Infrastructure War Room that is working on unblocking challenges, accelerating infrastructure delivery in the province. The agency's projects also been part of this war room. For 2022-2023 financial year, we have set aside 63 million to fund GIFA's operations. So far, 74% of the 157 million allocated to the project preparation facilities has been committed. This month, Madam. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Honorable MC.
I truly appreciate
Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The fifth order is the consideration of the Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Economic Development Budget, Vote 3 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill, G001-2022 for the financial year 2022-2023.
Honorable Hassan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm going to only cover the executive summary, committee concerns and recommendations and take the rest of the report as read. In the current financial year, the department is allocated an amount of 1982.7 billion. And this allocation composes of mainly the equitable share with no conditional grant. Similarly to the previous financial year, the committee noted that the Trade and Sector Development Programme is allocated a greater share of the budget with an amount of 783.9 million. The second largest share of the appropriation budget is allocated to the Economic Planning Programme with an amount of 605.9 million, followed by the administration program allocated an amount of 272.2 million, and the integrated economic development services program with an amount of 212.8 million. The least funded program is the business regulation and governance with an amount of 147.6 million. This budget is aimed at supporting the goals set in the NDP, wherein job creation is deemed a key achievement of this term of government. The committee noted that similarly to the previous financial years, the GGDA continues to receive the largest share in transfers with an amount of 535.5 million. And this is followed by JEP receiving the second largest share, amounting to 212.8 million. Noting that this entity is in the main responsible for supporting SMMEs. And lastly, the Gauteng Tourism Authority is allocated an amount of 112.6 million. The committee entrusts that this department, through this budget, will be able to further economic growth, skills development, job creation and investment promotion in Gauteng as amongst the key initiatives that the department should attain in addressing the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty and inequality. The department will only be able to attain this through the alignment of its plans to the Radical Transformation, Modernization and Reindustrialization TMR program, which aims to contribute to the township economy revitalization. As such, SMMEs and cooperatives should be at the forefront of creating decent employment for youth, women and people living with disabilities within the province. The committee continues to raise concerns on the finalization of the turnaround strategy of JEP, and in addition to this, the committee will continue overseeing the turnaround, or rather the disbursement of the 250 million rand COVID-19 relief fund to deserving businesses, which the department indicated that this fund is being leveraged through the public and private partnerships. Linked to this is the urgent need for the department to report on the funds allocated, including the progress made on the development of the Tshwane Automotive Economic Zone. In an effort to create jobs, the committee continues to request the department to report on job creation initiatives in all sectors, including in the tourism sector, which is key in this regard. This is important, noting that the sector is on its way to recovery after a complete shutdown during the high levels of the lockdown period, and the department has begun to work on the recovery plan during that lockdown in view of implementing when the country is open for business. In terms of committee concerns relative to transfers to entities, number one, the budget allocation according to the GTA and its role in creating employment and its role in repositioning Gauteng as a destination of choice. In terms of budget allocation, number two, the inability of the Tshwane SEZ to report in detail and on a quarterly basis on all matters related to the special economic zone. On Programme 2, JEP's inability to finalize and implement its turnaround strategy. On Programme 3, the department's inability to operationalize the Chamdo Industrial Park. On job creation, the department's inability to report on job creation initiatives for the current financial year. In terms of recommendations, all responses to recommendations highlighted below must be submitted by the 29th of July 2022 unless otherwise stated. The committee recommends, number one, the GTA to position itself to play a critical role in creating employment and also making the Gauteng province a destination of choice. In doing so, the entity should also be well capacitated financially and with human resources to fulfill this task. In light of this, the GTA should request for additional funds through the Provincial Treasury during the budget adjustment period to fund the vacant positions and to better reposition itself. A report on this should be submitted to the committee by the 29th of July. This report should also include an update in the gains made through the tourism recovery plan, focusing on young people, women and people living with disabilities, implemented by the GTA, working in conjunction with the National Department of Tourism and the South African Tourism Board. In terms of budget allocation, the Tshwane SEZ should, on a quarterly basis, account to the committee in detail through the department on the funds appropriated to it, including the progress made in completing the special economic zone. This is despite the processes underway to list the TASEZ as a 3D provincial entity, and thus reporting on TASEZ should ensue from the end of the first quarter of the 2022-2023 financial year going forward until its finalization. On Programme 2, JEP should share the turnaround strategy with the committee for further scrutiny and inputs to ensure that it is addressing the teething issues raised by the committee related to the governance structures of this entity, as well as the reconciliation of the loan book and the mismanagement of funds. The strategy should be submitted to the committee for further scrutiny and implementation going forward on the same date of the 29th of July. On Programme 3, the department should ensure that the Chamdo Industrial Hub is operational by November 2022. Failure to operationalize the hub would imply that the department institutes consequence management actions on the responsible managers for not completing the project and ensuring that its functionality is on the agreed timeframes. A report of the state of readiness to operationalize the hub should be submitted, I think this should read the 29th of July, not the 29th of May. In terms of job creation, the department should focus on job creation initiatives for the current financial year through the department and its entities based on their allocated budgets. A report on the number of jobs intended to be facilitated in the current financial year should be submitted to the committee. Such reporting on the number of jobs to be created in various sectors should be made by the department and its entities in every reporting quarter. The reporting on the job creation initiatives should be reported on, and this is over and above the requirements of the standard Oversight Accountability Reporting Mechanism framework. And this is to allow us to factor in such critical information. In terms of acknowledgement, appreciation is expressed to all members of the committee for their commitment to the oversight process, as well as MEC Parkstown, the officials of the department. We commend their diligence and commitment. Gratitude goes to all honourable members of the committee, and of course the committee support staff who is listed here. After due consideration, the Economic Development Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Budget Vote 3 for the 2022-2023 financial year. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the Committee Oversight Report on the Department of Economic Development's Budget Vote 3 for the same financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Hassan. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second.
Second.
Thank you, the seconders. I now put the question. Those who are in favour of the adoption, say aye. Those who are not in favour, say no. The yes have it. Thank you. The report is adopted. Secretary, please read the next order.
Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Economic Development Budget Vote 3 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable MEC.
Oh, no, it was off, Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Premier and members of the Executive Council, Chairperson of our committee who have assumed this responsibility with much aplomb, Honourable Hassan, and members of the Portfolio Committee, fellow members of the House, our HODs and colleagues, and indeed to the citizens and communities in our province. Firstly, let me join in sending heartfelt and sincere condolences to the family, friends, and comrades of the former mayor of the city of Johannesburg, Councillor Mpho Moerane, and also Comrade Mpho Mashinini, founding member of the Soweto Youth Congress and a legionnaire of the famed Young Lions of the 1980s. Deputy Speaker, allow me to preface the presentation of the 2022-2023 budget vote by acknowledging the decisive leadership of our Premier, Honourable David Makhura, who since May 2024 has most ably steered the ship of the Gauteng Provincial Government. As the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, we thank the Speaker for this opportunity to present our budget vote 2022-2023. As the GDD, we are in the business of delivery. To drive economic acceleration and employment creation in the Gauteng City region, we provide the following progress update in our collaborative work with various partners. Firstly, let us state upfront that the Public-Private Growth Initiative is commendable as a key enabler we have agreed upon, with leadership from all 10 high-growth priority sectors identified in the GGT 2030 Plan of Action. Thus far, pre-designation work on potential precinct partnerships that will anchor the new township enterprise zones have identified over 35 partnerships covering 65 distinct precincts. This pool would be widened through the RFI and RFQ to link enterprise and supplier development funding to other BBBEE funding streams to projects in the new TEZs. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the tangible and measurable work programs from sector roundtables we have established have produced, amongst others, following tangible yields. On the rollout of global business services, broadband and ICT, NASREC is on track for prototype development by June this year. We have entered into an in-principle agreement with Telkom to deploy a cloud zones model in, for example, Alexandra, Tembisa, and Diepkloof. In the energy sector, 2 commercial microgrid proposals have been identified, this being Protea Glen and Tarses. And these are under negotiation with the IDC for next stage feasibility and funding deployment. The University of Johannesburg is providing technical support to finalize the green hydrogen roadmap, and green H2 investors in SEZ networks are actively plugged in. In the automotive, defense, and aerospace sectors, the Tshwane SEZ focus for phase 2 is on securing battery manufacturing for next generation of Ford vehicles. Moreover, partnerships are currently under negotiation with charging station investors and funders to anchor the new charging station grid strategy. Regarding the construction sector, installation, repairs, and maintenance program, including platform or system deployment through Izinga partnership at Tarses and Baragwanath areas, is making tangible progress. As you know, the objective here is to integrate the IRM into all GPG construction projects. In connection with transport and logistics, the Gauteng Eastern Cape High Capacity Rail Corridor is gazetted as a strategic integrated project, and the GPG will now be an anchor member. The focal point of this rail corridor is designed to support export-driven growth initiatives. Deputy Speaker, the GDD is indeed in the business of delivery. Last month, the Premier assented to and signed into law the Township Economic Development Act, or TIDA. This is a game-changing legislation that will redraw, positively and progressively so, the economic geography of the Gauteng City region, inarguably for generations to come. As the Premier stated at his historic signing ceremony last month at the Orlando Communal Hall, in a journey first began in October 2014 with the first Township Economy Summit, and I quote, "We are unwavering in our commitment to the transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization of our provincial economy in pursuit of inclusive growth and shared prosperity." As the GDD, we are heeding the Premier's injunction that the work of implementation starts now. In implementing TIDA, which is indeed a new deal in ensuring that townships and informal settlements become self-sufficient and are vibrant economic centers, we can report on 3 priorities under the TIDA implementation. Firstly, deploying the prototype township enterprise zones cluster ahead of full promulgation using current precinct-level initiatives. Secondly, finalize the regulations and instruments of TIDA, including draft model standard bylaws and regulations to be gazetted. Thirdly, target BBEE resources and enterprise and supply development accelerator specifically at township enterprise zones to build business capability and agglomeration pipelines. Deputy Speaker, for the GDD, partnering for development is not only a statement of intention, but a statement of fact. In ensuring that our SEZs and industrial parks become investment frontiers, allow me briefly to highlight the following progress to date. In the Vaal SEZ, land assets have been identified and a master plan will be completed by June this year. In the Western Corridor N12 SEZ, as you would know by now, an investor pipeline is identified for agro-processing, green hydrogen, hemp cultivation, and processing and bus manufacturing. In the OR Tambo SEZ, negotiations are underway on allocating land use rights next to the site into a legal vehicle controlled by the state following the Lanseria model. And in the Lanseria High-Tech SEZ, we can announce that we are working with the Government Technical Advisory Center under the direction of the Minister of Finance. In this regard, 3 clusters of investors with land assets and their own investor pipeline are willing to enter into a project development agreement and will establish a real estate investment trust which can be partnered with the Gauteng Provincial Government. In connection to the department business units such as the Gauteng Liquor Board, we have set up a query management center to expedite the resolution of queries. Moreover, the GDD has established a Shebeen steering committee which has since been registering good progress in the rationalization of Shebeen permits. Regarding access to market for township liquor manufacturers, we have identified macro manufacturers within the 5 regions of Gauteng. In the year 21-22, the GEP improved in the core areas of their business. As you are aware, in the previous year, we went through the process of stabilizing the GEP. The positive results are that in investment management, we have surpassed our target and reached 160% by dispersing an additional 4 million rand. On business development support, 92% was dispersed of the funds allocated. In 2021, significant impairments were made on the loan book. But in 2021-2022, loan repayments have averaged about 80%. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Paternoster. Honorable Paternoster. Okay. Honorable Kana.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. On this Friday, the 20th of May 2022, at 9 o'clock, in Nigeria, the big team, Orlando Pirates, will be playing for the CAF Confederations Cup. And before I deliver my speech, I want to wish the Buccaneers everything of the best as they represent the PSL in South Africa, and hope that they will lift the trophy. The Buccaneers, I see they are already making their sign. Honorable Deputy Speaker, last year I stood at this very same spot and I declared that Gauteng is not working. I did so because the people of Gauteng are not working. At the time that I made this statement, Deputy Speaker, honorable members, there were just over 2 million people in Gauteng who were unemployed and actively looking for work, and just over 400,000 people who had given up finding a job in the Gauteng economy. As I stand before you today, the numbers have increased drastically. The number of people without jobs in Gauteng is now sitting at 2.7 million. And 800,000 of our fellow residents in Gauteng have given up finding a job in Gauteng. Let those numbers sink in. Last year it was 2 million at this time, MEC. As I stand here today, it's 2.7 million people. Can we say the Department of Economic Development is working when the people of Gauteng are not working and are increasingly losing their jobs? We need to be honest with ourselves and the people of this province. The Gauteng province has been in a downward trend in terms of employment throughout the leadership of Premier David Makhura. In Q4 in 2014, the unemployment rate in terms of the expanded definition stood at 29.6%. In the same quarter of 2019, at the end of the fifth administration, it was sitting at 35.3%. And today, it's sitting at 44.4%. Gauteng is not working. The people of Gauteng are not working. The rising unemployment in the province has worsened the fortunes for Gauteng residents, indicating that the provincial government's effort at creating jobs is just not working. When we look at the budget of the Department of Economic Development, we must do so against the number of the unemployed people and those who fall into a life of poverty with each passing day in Gauteng. Is this the budget that will bring relief to the suffering people of Gauteng who are battling to find employment and are battling the rising cost of living? Does this budget, as presented by yourself, MEC, does it speak to the economic future of Gauteng, or it is stuck in a past that no longer exists? The temptation to blame external forces like COVID for the rising unemployment and poverty crisis is great. I believe we need to look at what we can control, but at which we are failing dismally, like ensuring that there's an adequate supply of electricity, protection of investment and infrastructure from criminals, and curbing the stealing of public funds. These are some of the major factors that are driving investment out of Gauteng. The rolling electricity blackouts and high levels of business crime has made operating a business in Gauteng an expensive exercise, especially businesses operating in the township areas. Many small businesses cannot afford generators to keep their businesses going, and many do not have enough money to hire security companies to secure their businesses. Of all the agencies of the department, MEC, one can say only the Gauteng Gambling Board is somehow firing in all cylinders. The rest of the lot are performing below capacity. One notes some slight improvement in the performance of the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, but you and I will agree that it's still performing way below expectations. Given the performance of this department in addressing the pressing matter of creating an environment conducive for job creation in Gauteng, it will be difficult to believe that it is capable of arresting the rise in unemployment and poverty. To be honest, this budget is designed for a Gauteng that existed in 2015. It's just not responding to the cries of our people. This budget is stuck in the world that no longer exists. It speaks of no economic future for the province. I know the department will high-five itself when it comes to the Township Economic Development Act. The act on its own will not change the economic landscape in the province. It requires people that can think well into the future, something that's lacking in this department. I have said this before. The Act should not be reduced to a sloganeering tool. It needs to work for the benefit of the people of Gauteng. Xitsonga hi ri mintirho ya vulavula. It's through the implementation of the Act that we will know that indeed it is working for the people of Gauteng. And I must say that this budget, MEC, it lacks the big idea. Even when you gave your speech now, I was waiting patiently for that one big idea that you and your department have to address the rising unemployment in our province. And I said, yeah, listen to you. And I must say, other than the few things you said on the Township Economic Development Act, this budget lacks big ideas. I previously said that this department must be an active champion of business interest in the province and take the fight to national government on their behalf. There are three key areas, MEC, that I think you should start working on. This includes reliable electricity supply, the labor regulations to ensure that we make it easy for employers to employ South Africans, and the protection of business and government infrastructure against criminals. I again ask, as I conclude, Deputy Speaker, does this budget and the speech that you have given today, MEC, does it give comfort to the jobless people of this province that they have a job, they have a chance of finding a job in the Gauteng economy? Does it speak of the Gauteng of the future? And I must say, my answer to these two critical questions is a no. This budget is failing the people of Gauteng. I thank you, Nakensa, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ghana. It's now Honorable Hassan.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Allow me to acknowledge yourself, the Premier in his absentia, MECs, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, fellow honourable members, and the most important stakeholder, the people of Gauteng. Chair of Chairs, it would be amiss of me to not take this very first moment since the appointment of Chair to acknowledge the late Honourable Umamlindi Lasindwa as we continue to execute the vision of the ANC manifesto in the committee and serve the needs of the people of Gauteng in the selfless manner in which she taught us. I know that wherever she is, she's looking down on us and smiling. I'd also like to take the lead of my fellow comrades and express our deepest condolences to the Morane family and the ANC in Johannesburg, from which I am also from. Madam Chair of Chairs, 41 years ago to the day, on the 20th of May 1981, the United Nations and the Organization of African Unity took a stance against the apartheid policies and took a stance on sanctions against apartheid South Africa. We can never forget our history or where we come from, especially not on a day where we are adopting and debating the various budgets that will be used to better the lives of our people. Our tumultuous history has created the topography of inequality that we now face, and that we as elected public representatives must work to bridge that gap daily. And it is with that context that we must assess the budget that's been put forward by the Department of Economic Development and its adjacent agencies. Madam Speaker, budgets of the executive can never be merely viewed in black and white as stark numbers on a page. We must move away from austerity budgeting and properly budget to service our people. Further to that, we must have budgets that are responsive to gender, to youth, to people living with disabilities. When crafting our budgets, we must center them around the most marginalized in our societies. When programs are developed, we must also align them with that allocated budget to ensure they too center the most marginalized. A young Sisipo from Alex, who identifies as gender fluid and oscillates on the spectrum of sexuality, must be thought of when we plan these processes. So too, Ogogo Maria, who is in Charlotte Maxeke Hospital receiving treatment for cancer and pneumonia, or Takalani from Hammanskraal, who has started a small sneaker cleaning business and is struggling to get it off the ground. These three marginalized people represent millions of people in Gauteng who need us to create budgets that are responsive to gender, youth, people living with disabilities, and SMMEs. Now that we have established that budgets must be looked at holistically and measured in the positive change that we provide to the lives of our people, we can now unpack the budget before us. A total of 1.98 billion rand has been allocated to this department and its agencies, and this makes complete sense, given that the task of rebooting the economy post-COVID-19 sits with this departmental mandate. However, this budget goes beyond that. It covers the task of leading radical economic transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization of the province's economy. It is aimed at facilitating equity and redress and access to economic opportunities and decent employment. At a high level, this budget includes the revitalization of the Gauteng township economy, building new, smart, green, knowledge-based economies and fellow industries, ensuring decent employment and inclusion in key economic sectors, particularly in the mainstream economic activity, establishing appropriate partnerships for delivery and ensuring that DED effectively delivers on its mandate. This ANC-led budget will also provide an enabling policy and legislative environment for equitable economic growth and development. And lastly, the budget will ensure that the province's economic profile reflects its demographics and practices transparency, participatory, and good governance at internal levels. Madam Speaker, Gauteng is in the lead in reigniting the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. And this significant move was also confirmed by SOPA this year. And it is to combat the challenges that we faced from the resulting COVID-19 pandemic. As an ANC-led government, we had to be nimble in our approach. We had to adapt and adjust to the GGT 2030 plan to the changed environment. And this year, SOPA emphasized that that plan remains the action for the entire Gauteng city region. The budget before us is also guided by this profound vision of an ANC-led provincial government for immediate and long-term development of each metro and district, and will be part and parcel of the resuscitation of the economic condition of Gauteng and ultimately the country. Madam Chair of Chairs, a dissection of the proposed budget illustrates that we are, in fact, putting our money where our mouth is. We, as an ANC-led government, are focusing on funding our high-growth priority sectors and infrastructure investment projects that will unlock transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization of those different corridors, a fact that members of the opposition are refusing to acknowledge. Madam Chair of Chairs, to this end, the development of the multi-tier special economic zone is the primary anchor of our industrialization agenda. It is our goal to have an SEZ in each district or metro, specializing in a distinct sector or industry. And at a glance, the budget that has been put forward shows an increase of 294.94% in the economic planning program, and that amounts to 452.5 million rand. This colossal increase in budget is to cater for the development of the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, and therefore we must zoom into this particular project in justifying the budget for this financial year. The progress that's being made here is inspiring. There's a good story to tell the people of our province. This SEZ is a prime example of what can be achieved when the social compact works. We have huge multinational private sector companies that have partnered with locally owned SMMEs and entrepreneurs alongside government to create Ford motor cars. When completed, this Tshwane Automotive SEZ will be the largest factory manufacturing Ford Rangers outside of the US. What does this mean? It means that every other Ford Ranger that in the world will have passed through our very own SEZ, our Gauteng SEZ. And this is a global victory worth acknowledging. And I think we should give a round of applause to our Gauteng-led government. This budgetary allocation doesn't stop there, though. The Tshwane SEZ is providing financial and non-financial support to 262 SMMEs. And within the next 12 months, a total of 3,288 new permanent jobs. Member Ghana wants us to overemphasize unemployment. We are the ones who are ensuring that we create jobs at every single turn of every single project that we have forward. In addition to that, we're also going to be creating 1,200 jobs by Ford, and another 2,088 by suppliers. This is over and above the 8,600 jobs that we have created in terms of the construction element that has been created during phase 1. Women, youth, and people with disabilities also play a significant role in this project, with more opportunities expected to be created in the next 2 phases, which have already begun, as indicated by MEC. Apart from it being a prime example of what I've explained, It also is an example of our visual or spatial, rather, and economic transformation and integration of township enterprises that are Black-owned, women-owned, youth-owned. And it's a perfect example of that social compact and of how government can cut red tape and make quick decisions to attract and safeguard investments. A few months ago, we visited the Tshwane Automotive SEZ and we witnessed the speed at which this project is unfolding. It was a construction site to behold with the latest machinery and equipment, but more importantly, a site that is centered in community participation at all levels of the supply chain. We interacted with youth-owned SMMEs, specifically Mr. Webster Ndodana, who is a young structural engineer who is providing a critical and scarce skill, not just that is available on the continent, but in the world. We must commend the ANC-led government and the MEC for meaningfully empowering young people and upskilling young people. And this is what we meant when we said youth to the front, the support of young Black people with critical skills that our economy so desperately needs. Madam Speaker, as the ANC-led government, we also welcome with confidence the MEC's utterances about the progress of the other SEZs, namely in the Vaal and the West Rand, and we look forward to the success of these programs. Madam Chair of Chairs, the Gauteng Growth Development Agency is allocated the largest share of the budget at 535.5 million. And it's followed by the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, amounting to 212, and the Tourism Authority of 112. The opposition to my right, and it's very unfortunate, Member Badenhorst didn't bother to debate or even put forward the EFF's view. Perhaps these guys just really want to earn an income and not actually do the work. But anyway, the opposition to my right, indicative of their right-wing and populist politics, have shown their lack of understanding of this budget. So allow me, Madam Chair of Chairs, to assist them. Carving out the lion's share of the budget to GGDA ensures that we continue to drive economic growth by promoting exports. We prioritize innovation and inefficiency. We make the economy more labor-absorbing through business enablement, regulatory reform, capital projects, land, trade, and investment promotion. And it means that we are able and currently taking the lead in Africa's industrial revolution. The tourism sector is led by GTA now needs to play center stage. We are facing a world where we are learning to live with the COVID-19 pandemic. We're not using it as an excuse any longer. And we need to create budgets that reinforce this and ensure economic recovery. Tourism is key to achieving this and bouncing back. The GTA is important for sustainable job creation in the province, and we'd argue that in the outer years of the MTF, MDC of Finance, will be coming to you to increase their adjusted budget to fully maximize their ability. The budget allocated to GTA will be used to reposition Gauteng as a destination of choice and kickstart the tourism recovery plan, working with the national departments and empowering GOD groups. Of further importance is the increase in allocation to the Gauteng Liquor Board, from 10.4 million to 85.3 million. And this increase will be used not only to cover its operational costs, but it's going to be used to advocate for the feasibility of more liquor inspectors. And this is an area that the department has reported challenges in before. This proposed budgetary increase will have a positive implication, not just on inspections, but also on awareness programs that we'll be undertaking. And this is a prime example of the ANC-led government creating responsive budgets that close the gaps and enhance positive outcomes. In terms of JEP, and I'm very glad opposition members made mention of this, the allocation of this budget also focuses on the rehabilitation of JEP. And the MEC and his team has done the painstaking work of turning this agency around, and we're starting to see the fruits of that labor, a fact which Member Ghana actually admits and concedes to. When an ANC-led government allocates such a big amount to JEP, it's indicative of our focus on SMME development and job creation. JEP initiatives are going to focus on creating decent work, economic growth, sustainable communities as well, through that SMME and cooperative development. In fact, in this current financial year, the budget allocated for this program is geared to programs that include the Youth PMO, Township Enterprise Revitalization, and the COVID-19 SMME support. Furthermore, financial and non-financial support is going to be given to SMMEs, including that of the Youth Accelerator Program. In assessing and justifying this budgetary allocation to JEP, we must bring to light the recently promulgated Township Economic Development Act. Madam Chair of Chairs, in the previous legislature term, we passed the historic Gauteng Township Economic Development Bill. And I stood in this very spot, deployed by the ANC, to put forward this game-changing legislation. A few weeks ago, our Honourable Premier signed it into law and officially paved the way for this township revitalisation. And the budget before us must be linked to the achievement and future implementation of this legislation, both in the short and the long term. And key to this is the Township Economy Partnership Fund, which will be run through JEP. The fund is in partnership with the Industrial Development Corporation and South African SMMEs. This partnership is aimed at providing funding support to small township-based businesses by leveraging public and private partnerships to support the Gauteng Township Economic Development Act. And already several hundred millions of rands have been raised using this approach, and this number grows every few weeks. Specifics on the bill can be referred to at a later stage. In terms of the inclusive economy, honourable members, building this inclusive economy and creating jobs, considering these triple challenges, has made the ANC-led government focus on this matter, particularly at the post-Lekgotla resolution of February 2022. We addressed a fundamental element to solving these challenges. We agreed we would drive a far-reaching program aimed at growing an inclusive economy, one that is transformative in nature, one that creates decent jobs, and one that is responsive to the demands of the knowledge economy in the fourth IR, and is also able to attract both domestic and foreign direct investment. It is a budget before us that prioritizes a holistic and inclusive economy, as I've already reiterated. But also allow me to drive this point home on the priorities of an ANC-led government to resuscitate our economy. We are determining and defining the pivots of the Gauteng economy. Member Ghana asked us, what are the big ideas? We're beyond that. We're now in the process of implementation. We've thought of these big ideas. We have the frameworks there. We have a strong focus on industrialization and the re-industrialization of strategic and labor-absorbing sectors. Our SEZs are examples of this. We've identified priority sectors of the economy for growth and development of SMMEs. We're creating market access at a speedy pace and SMME finances. JEP and the Township Development Act are evidence of this. We're repositioning the economic development to make it transversal across all government departments. And of course, the provincial government must use the levers at its disposal to create those strategic partnerships, and as I spoke of earlier, the social compact. Madam Chair of Chairs, as I conclude, an ANC-led government here believes in integrity and accountability, as well as ethically leading the transformation agenda, using the Department of Economic Development and its proposed budget. We're going to use this budget to change the lives of vulnerable people through clean governance and prompt service delivery. As the ANC caucus, Madam Chair of Chairs, we have the utmost confidence in our provincial government to lead Gauteng economies. And therefore, as the ANC, we support this all-encompassing budget for economic development to deepen economic growth and make a significant impact to address the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality experienced in our province. We will work with our communities and our partners on the ground to deliver a better life for all. I thank you.
Sure. No. Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Kana.
Thanks very much, Chair of Chairs. I rise in terms of Rule 775. And I would like to ask Member Hassan a question. I want to check if she can take one simple question.
Actually, Chair of Chairs, I think we should hear from the MEC first. No need to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Hassan. Honourable Tau, you can respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, and to welcome the comments that have been made. I should say we are not in the business of lamentation. We are in the business of implementation. And if you look at this budget, you would see that, in fact, we have committed to do more with less, because less budget has been allocated to us in the medium term, but we've made greater commitments than in the past. But sometimes it might be that, in fact, the problem is that our meetings, Chairperson, are held online, and maybe members do not always concentrate. So maybe I should take us back to some of the issues in the committee in the way that we presented them because there is a risk that Honorable Kana would have misled this House and society with some of the points that he has raised. And I'll use the framework used by the committee chair to make some of these points. Firstly, we have said that in fact we are implementing a strategy on a multi-tier special economic zone as part of redefining the economic geography of Gauteng. In this regard, I will make a few examples around some of the special economic zones to demonstrate, in fact, what they are about. So in Lanseria, which has been identified as a new smart city, and I'm not going to go back to what we mean by new smart city, we have said that we will establish, amongst others for purposes of infrastructure investment, an innovative bulk infrastructure financing solution implemented through a special purpose vehicle in partnership with all the spheres of government, which has been approved by all these spheres of government to ensure that we can lay the foundation for the growth of a new smart city. Now, this is called innovation in infrastructure financing led by the province of Gauteng. And maybe you might not understand the significance of the points that we have raised in the committee, but you see the presidency assigned this department the responsibility to lead the first smart city in a new South Africa initiative that straddles two provinces and straddles functions of both national and local government, and yet this has been assigned to this provincial government. It is, in fact, because we have found the solutions to the problems that we're dealing with, but we've also raised the appetite of investors to come and invest in this province of Gauteng. For indeed, we are not lamenting, we are implementing. Let me go to TASES, for example. Yes, we talk about the new Ford Ranger, but in fact, we are talking about the new energy vehicle and electric vehicle strategy in this province that we are driving. So when I spoke about charging stations, I almost assumed that the Honorable Kana and others would have understood that, in fact, we're talking about it within the context of a strategy on new energy vehicles and, in fact, a strategy on electric vehicles. Therefore, you need charging stations. But then I assumed that he understood, but then my assumption was clearly wrong. Now, we spoke about green hydrogen. And in fact, earlier, Honorable Dijake, who must admit, in fact, at some point we need this debate because under his leadership of City Power, the city went back a few years in terms of electricity and energy because, in fact, the redefinition and the business case of City Power as an energy provider and an energy solution provider was sabotaged by the DA under the leadership of Dijaga. So when we talk, he's talking about a summit when in fact he messed up solutions on the demand side and solutions on the supply side. Now you stand here and you say you are not talking about energy. We have spoken about a new energy future for this province when we spoke about green hydrogen and implementation currently being initiated and investors that have committed through mitochondria and Sasol, we have said that we are buying into your strategy, we will implement with you, and that implementation will start not in the next decade. Implementation will start in the current financial year under the leadership of this provincial government. But then you should try and find solutions somewhere else because, in fact, maybe you did not hear what we were talking about. We were talking about, in the context of energy, microgrids at TASES and on the N12 corridor as a means of taking advantage of the 100 megawatt provision in relation to independent power producers, and therefore creating microgrids to support, amongst others, the N12 corridor development and to ensure that we can facilitate that special economic zone. We are doing this as a solution to the problems that we have and not lamenting. Now I can go on, and I chose to stick to energy because it was identified as a particular topical point. to just demonstrate the question about should we seek new ideas or should we implement ideas, simply to demonstrate that we are implementing these ideas and not trying to look at making pronouncements on anything new that is novel, that suddenly we should convene a summit at the Senton Convention Center instead of actually partnering with people to enable us to implement. Now, when we are talking about the township economy, we are told that it should not be sloganeering. Well, I'm comfortable to say to all the members here that we are not sloganeering. In fact, if you look at the emphasis of this budget, it is about both growth and transformation. And some of the points that we're making with regards to the township economy is that as directed by the legislation passed in this House, which said that within 6 months we must develop the regulations, and after that we must promulgate or initiate the promulgation of township enterprise zones, we have instead taken a different approach. We have said, yes, thank you very much, honorable members, we will abide to what the legislature says. But what we are doing is that we will promulgate the regulations in June. So we're not waiting for 6 months. We have already identified prototype sites, and I raised it in the speech, prototype sites for the township enterprise zones, which we will be able to indicate and publish for public comment in June this year. So I'm not talking about something that is an idea about implementation in some near future. We're talking about implementation that is currently underway. We have partnered to establish the Township Economic Partnership Fund. It exists. We have now appointed the first intermediary, which is the SASME Fund, and we now have a joint fund with them, the IDC and the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. And we can indicate that, in fact, we are now ready to be able to receive applications and disperse. All we're doing now is to finalize the signing on the dotted line, but the appointment has happened, negotiations are underway, and we should be able to start dispersing these funds. So you talk about the GEP being an underperforming institution. We have just said, maybe you did not read, but maybe, or you did not hear, you just read what you had in your phone. We said to you that performance has been at 116% in terms of disbursement at the GEP. How do you say that it is performing below its capacity? We have said to you that whilst in the past we've had impairments at a significant amount, right now it is collecting 80% of its loan book. Why would you suggest that that is underperforming? But we have also said that the GEP is now in partnership with the IDC to establish this fund, which now exists, and you talk about performing below par. I don't know what below par is. Well, as a golfer, I can tell you what below par is. But then that's a different story because it's a different sport. You probably, when you run, would not look at par in the same way that golfers who use the language would be able to use. Now, Chair of Chairs, we have said that as the Gauteng Provincial Government, we will, amongst others, drive the implementation of the 10 high growth priority strategy. We have partnered with the PPGA, the Public-Private Growth Initiative. We've got an action plan with all 10 high growth priority sectors and leaders in these high growth priority sectors in terms of what are the next steps. What do we do with regards to logistics? What do we do with regards to ensuring that goods produced in this province are able to get to market, particularly the export market? We have solutions. We have been at the forefront in government of advocating, for example, for third-party access, particularly to the new line. So we are talking solutions, but not only are we talking solutions, we are implementing solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable Tau. Can I then get a secretary to read the next order?
Consideration of the Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development Budget Vote 11 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Asal, please deliver the committee report.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. I'm going to read the executive summary, concerns and recommendations and take the rest of the report as read. The 2022-2023 financial year budget follows a period where budget cuts were made over the course of 2 financial periods as a result of having to reprioritize funds to help in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic that was ravaging the country. The department's total allocation for the 22-23 financial year revenue is set at 1.042 billion, which marks a negative 0.2% reduction from the previous financial year's adjusted budget of 1.044 billion. The department's budget decreases from 0.72% of the previous year's total provincial budget to 0.68% in the current financial year. The proportion of compensation towards employees to total budget increased from 52.4% in the previous year to 52.6% in the current financial year. The committee notes that the budget is meant to help in reversing the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the provincial economy so that economic activity is taken to as close as where it had been prior to the occurrence of the pandemic. The department approved a number of projects that will be funded through the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Programme, CASP, conditional grant, and also embarked on a number of partnerships with the private sector, e.g. PepsiCo, Land Bank, Industrial Development Corporation, and local municipalities to ensure continued economic activity in the agricultural sector. The Land Bank and the IDC are processing farmer applications for funding support. The Midvaal municipality has made land available for primary agriculture production and agro-processing, and there are also 21 Gauteng farmer applications under consideration for funding through the Jobs Fund. It will be important for the sector to contribute towards lifting of the economy with absorbing people in jobs created, especially as it is a workforce-intensive sector. The committee acknowledges the budget allocation for the 22-23 financial year and will continue to monitor the performance of the department on a quarterly basis and over the MTF period on funded programs. Committee concerns: number 1, continuous inability to eradicate the backlog faced with the establishment of infrastructure projects brought about by the IDMS policy. 2, inadequate support given to smallholder farmers and agricultural cooperatives. Number 3, lack of reporting and plans relating to environmental affairs in the province, particularly on climate change. Lack of creating of employment in the agricultural sector. Number 5, lack of plans to address the impact of climate change on food security in the province. Number 6, the continuous failure to identify available land for rehabilitation and agricultural production and the implementation thereof, and the lack of assisting smallholder farmers to gain access to land for agriculture and agro-processing purposes. In terms of recommendations, the Portfolio Committee recommends the following, and these reports should be submitted to the committee by the 30th of August 2022. Number 1, provide the committee with a detailed and remedial plan in terms of how the various infrastructure projects will be supported in the current financial year through the IDMS policy. Further, to provide a progress report on the implementation of the projects by the DBSA. Number 2, provide the committee with a detailed plan on enhancing functionality of subsistence, smallholder, women and youth farmers. The plan must include how the department plans to provide smallholder farmers with sufficient support to enhance the marketing of their produce. 9.3, the department should form a collective collaborative relationship with municipalities that are affected and further ensure that waste management and greening efforts are maintained and adhered to by communities. Provide the committee with a detailed plan on how they will assist and support affected municipalities to ensure that there is environmental compliance in their areas. Provide the committee with a detailed plan on how the department will contribute to creating employment in the agricultural sector. Number 5, to provide the committee with a detailed plan on how the impact of climate change will be handled on food security in the province. Number 6, provide the committee with a comprehensive report that includes a list of identified land for agricultural production, land to be rehabilitated, criteria to be used to assist smallholder farmers to gain access to land, and the overall recommendations Given the onerous regulatory environment for the cannabis industry, the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the role that they will play to ensure that smallholders and emerging farmers are enabled to acquire growing and processing regulatory compliance, and lastly, to provide monthly progress reports on the releasing of land for economic development purposes in the province. In terms of acknowledgements, we'd like to acknowledge the MEC and his team, as well as all portfolio committee members and support staff who also give a lot of time and effort, particularly in such a content-heavy committee. After due consideration, the Economic Development Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development Budget Vote 11 report for the 22-23 financial year. And in terms of Rule 117(2)(c), read together with 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of this committee's budget report for the Gauteng Department of Agriculture. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Hassan. Is there a seconder? Honourable Silius.
I rise to second, Madam Chief Chair.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I now put the question. All those in favour say yes. Yes. All those not in favour say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, Vote 11, Budget Vote 11 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G001 of 2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Tau, please present your budget speech.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Allow me to rise on the acknowledgements earlier. Chair of Chairs, climate change predictions have now translated into an everyday reality, and we need to demonstrate in action a just transition towards a carbon-free society. Therefore, it is encouraging that the GDAT is in the business of delivering on its mandate. GDAT aims to continue with its mission of transforming the GPG's agri-food value chain for the benefit of our people, while also safeguarding our natural spaces for the benefit of current and future generations. Excuse me. To this effect, we're zooming into the following key interventions. Cannabis has become the 6th priority value chain in accordance with the vision of the GPG to position Gauteng as Africa's hub for agro-processing and cannabis industrialization. To this effect, the department has completed its provincial master plan, which is in the process of being presented to EXCO. To underline that GDAT is a department at work, 12 medical cannabis licenses have been issued by SAPRA for Gauteng enterprises. Similarly, 15 hemp permits have been issued out of the 29 applications that were submitted to the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development. And I can comfortably say that the majority of these have started with the cultivation of cannabis and hemp in the province of Gauteng. We've also issued a request for information which will allow us to enter into strategic partnerships with private sector entities to ensure industrial-scale cultivation and processing of cannabis and hemp in the province. Chair of Chairs, we are a department at work to deliver on our core mandate. In support of the agro-processing enterprises, the department has focused its support on the 5 value chains of beef, grains, poultry, vegetables, and piggery to ensure access to markets as well as access to finance. In the red meat value chain, we provided 2 red meat mobile abattoirs to 2 enterprises in Rustenburg, which is Sizalo Bosmara, and Kalfontein, which is Eve's Eden Farm, for slaughtering to ensure that they comply with the Meat Safety Act during the last financial year. It is expected that the yields will increase significantly during the financial year as the country's economy recovers from the pandemic. The Red Meat Mobile Abattoirs assisted Sizalo and Eves Eden to respectively generate a combined gross income of 3.5 million in a period of 6 months only. In the poultry value chain, the provision of poultry mobile abattoirs assisted 8 black poultry enterprises to be included in the poultry value chain and slaughter in safe conditions. The mobile poultry abattoirs have collectively slaughtered more than 147,000 birds, collectively generating an income of 4.4 million. The department, in partnership with the South African Poultry Association, a member of the Agriculture Development Agency, is working with poultry farmers in the West Rand to develop an egg aggregation pack station. The project preparation phase has been completed, and the pack station is envisaged to aggregate and distribute 14.4 million eggs during the first year of operation and create over 170 jobs throughout the value chain. In October 2021, we launched the program of enhancing access to government markets by black farmers. To date, a total of 1,060 tons have been procured from 12 farmers who are producing as well as aggregating. There is a total of 5,766 farmers on the agriculture database. In the 2020-2021 financial year, 40 smallholder black farmers have been certified with SA GAP certificates to enable them to participate in formal agriculture value chains in the mainstream and in the mainstream economy. Chair of Chairs, indeed GDAT is at work. In our efforts to optimize agri-park production and aggregation, our agri-park farmers produced more than 516 tons of horticultural produce, which is a 30% increase from the previous year's production. 3 agri-parks, namely that of Tarleton, Rooiwal, and Aikenhof, have operators who were accredited with local and global GAP and were able to supply markets such as McDonald's, Woolworths, and the local Spar supermarkets. Honorable members, while South Africa is food secure at a national level, the country is still food insecure at household level, as not all households have access to adequate food, yet we produce adequate food. According to Stats SA, about 15% of Gauteng's population are faced with food insecurity, and 7.3% faces severe inadequate access to food. Informed and guided by the National Development Plan, the kind of Gauteng city region we want by 2030 is one where no one goes to bed hungry. Therefore, we will expand food security programs to reach 78,144 food insecure households by 2024 through the implementation of household, community, schools, and church gardens. Moreover, we will improve local food production through creation of a solidarity economy for urban food systems. In this regard, 10,000 urban farms will be developed over the next 2 years and handed over to previously disadvantaged beneficiaries with the associated technical support to ensure long-term sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, GDAT prioritizes partnerships for development. The department is working with the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development to expedite the release of land owned by the province for agricultural production purposes rather. This will allow improved access to land by black farmers with specific focus on designated groups, which include women and youth. We plan to release approximately 10,000 hectares of land in the current financial year. Chair of Chairs, the department will continue with its plans to strengthen pathogen reduction programs which aim to reduce the burden of disease in livestock population as well as improving the levels of herd and flock immunity and productivity. Fortunately, the outbreak of foot and mouth disease seems to be under control, as demonstrated by the active surveillance exercises undertaken by the department. With regards to solid waste accounts for more than 80% of the province's carbon footprint, and most municipal landfills in the province are left with less than 5 years landfill airspace, and diversion of waste from landfill sites is at 11.8%. In an effort to deal with our waste challenges, we have now identified a need to regionalize our solid waste reduction and treatment efforts through, amongst others, innovative initiatives that will accelerate waste reduction, recycling and beneficiation through various waste-to-energy programs, including the generation of green hydrogen through the Economic Recovery War Room. The informal waste picking sector has grown significantly. We are implementing a program to formalize and integrate waste pickers into cooperatives through registration with the DTIC, with 50 cooperatives established in 21-22, and we aim to double this number in the current financial year. Chair of Chairs, partnering for development also hinges on sustainable management of the humanity-nature nexus. In response to the President's call for nationwide planting of 10 million trees by 2024, the Department has partnered with the Great Development Foundation, the Nelson Mandela Foundation, Total SA and Brand SA to plant 1 million trees by 2024. In addition to being carbon sinks, we will ensure that most of these trees are food trees as an addition to our food security program. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Tau. We're now I'm going to call Honorable Badenhorst. Honorable Badenhorst. Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. Honorable Silias.
Madam Chair of Chairs, the agriculture sector is in a very exciting space at the moment. We are amid 3 overlapping crises: climate change, COVID-19, and the war in Ukraine. Whenever global markets are in flux, investors seek out alternatives. According to AgFunder, globally, venture capital investors pumped $51.7 billion into the agri-food technologies in 2021. That's an 85% increase over 2020. Agri-food tech sectors that took off in response to COVID-19 not only remained the most popular investment category, but also exploded with new deals. This trend is consistent with the goals that this budget needs to achieve. We note the department is invested in seeing successful special economic zones in the Vaal and the West Rand, and the cannabis industry is gaining traction. And we note that the department recently published a call for expression of interest in cannabis product development incubation. We are grateful to Midvaal for making land available for primary agriculture and hope it starts a trend. Although GDOT is experiencing persistent challenges with infrastructure backlogs, the IDMS system, and supply chain lags, the department is not a regular or a big perpetrator of irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So the scene is set and the basics are in place. Now the context. Gauteng farmers and agri-entrepreneurs are still faced with an unstable power supply, water shortages, acid mine drainage, eroding soil, rampant stock theft, and violent crime. Many of the department's clients, especially recipients of the CASP and other grants, are emerging or smallholder farmers. A recent paper indicated that climate change has a direct impact on household food security, as you said, MEC, and disproportionately affects the smallholder and emerging sectors. One of the significant drivers of smallholder farmers adopting climate change adaptation strategies was an increase in access to climate information. Other factors included the gender of the household head, the age of the farmer, and the tropical livestock unit being farmed with. Madam Chair of Chairs, every year I ask the MEC, I call on the MEC to redesign the entire extension offering and bring it into the 21st century. This year is no exception. Many academic studies contribute to the findings that farmers do not have a good perception of extension offerings at the moment. Even though many exciting opportunities exist to not only pivot extension services towards digital migration, but also support policy initiatives with empirical evidence. This department may be poised to make this budget one that we will remember as the year we embraced disruption and leapfrogged our farmers, big and small, commercial and emerging, into a future of technology-driven innovation. Here are some opportunities that the department can capitalize on this year. Firstly, invest in women. According to recent studies by Forbes and the Boston Consulting Group, ag businesses founded by women ultimately deliver higher revenue, more than twice as much per dollar invested. In the technology sector, women-led startups have proven to be more capital efficient, achieving a 35% higher return on investment, and when venture-backed, generate 12% higher revenue than male-owned tech companies. The fastest-growing companies with 200% or more growth are 75% more likely to have a female founder. The problem is that 82% of investors are men, and the agriculture sector is already coded as male-dominated. It is difficult to insert women into this equation, and yet as a customer force, women make buying decisions 85% of the time and are constantly looking for solutions to problems they want or need to solve for the household, like food security. Women are experts and leaders in fields focused on improving livelihoods. There is no shortage of proposed methods and philosophies, and the department is well positioned to disrupt these power relations, and the business case for doing so is clear. Secondly, invest in data science and machine learning. There is a lot of data in this sector. We know everyone's collecting it. As a function of government, information is collected and collated every moment of the day by thousands of officials. Data is so abundant that it becomes difficult to make sense of it all, and it's even more difficult to pick up the patterns in the data. The problem is that having lots of information and reporting it all over the place does not mean we can make smart policy decisions just yet. Data scientists spend about 80% of their time cleaning the data available to prepare it for machine learning. And they do all these steps to make sure the data is reliable and trustworthy. But data science alone needs the domain knowledge of the GDOT official to ensure that we are asking the right questions and we are asking them on time. By embracing new technology in lockstep with existing domain knowledge, the MEC can inculcate and foster a culture of being data-driven. Using the Suikerbosrand Nature Reserve as an example, what this means on the ground is we can go beyond asking what went wrong with Suikerbosrand's waterline projects to asking how do we future-proof the reserve so this thing never happens again. This workflow, from collecting the data to measuring your impact on the community, is known as the analytics value chain. The department does not have to reinvent the wheel. The basics are in place, and there are many open-source toolkits and applications out there. One example is AgroHub, a tech startup founded by Yulia Poroshenko. She put together a directory of the most salient resources available in 2021. She says, one of AgroHub's priorities is to help farmers improve the efficiency of their production at every stage. It is a complicated and complex task that starts with full, high-quality information sourcing and the use of the best practices and approaches available. The implementation of farm management systems is a real game changer. These systems allow you to automate many operational processes, from land bank management and work planning to monitoring and logistics. Besides, the variety of the products on the market makes it possible to choose a solution that suits you and your farm and your on-farm areas. All the information in the guide is systematized according to a single principle, which makes it easy to research, compare, and choose the most suitable system along all the offers on the market. So in conclusion, we support this budget because the department is capable of optimizing this budget to set up Gauteng agriculture for success. But it's going to require a new skill set and a new workflow. And the triple threat of climate change, pandemics, and war will affect us all. Best wishes to the department. We will be watching closely and advocating for changes in order to future-proof Gauteng for resilience. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Silius. Member Mngube, I know you have joined us virtually. Please come in, ma'am. Member Mngube, Honorable Member Mngube. Honorable Mngube. Can you check there? She's off.
She's offline. Let's get the
Are you chairman? Or ufuna ukuza la uzothatha off. You chairman. Manje lento ile mask yakhe sithusayo. Yeah, mara manje sofuna ukudirect meeting. Honorable Mngube. Thank you very much. Honorable MEC, please respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I hope that handshake from Honorable Ghana to Honorable Silies would have enabled the energy from Honorable Silies to transfer to Honorable Ghana. And all of them. I thought I should emphasize on the point, and it's a point that's raised by the Honorable Silies, that our partnership with the Agricultural Development Agency, which brings together both farmers and agro-processors and their respective organizations under one banner, is enabling us to identify and work with solutions that are there within the private sector and in the agricultural sector in particular. In this regard, a lot of the programs that we've identified are intended to be in partnership with the private sector, looking for new and innovative solutions to both primary agriculture and agro-processing. We are indeed working very closely with women in agriculture and rural development in Gauteng, but also the youth in agriculture and rural development in Gauteng to ensure that we create greater equity and opportunities for designated groups in agriculture in our province. We agree that the need to increase the number of women farmers is critical for growth in the sector, but also equity in the sector. Coming back to an important issue raised with regards to acid mine water, it is critical to note that the approach that we are taking, amongst the approaches that we are taking with regards to our green hydrogen initiatives, is to focus on acid mine water and mining land, with photovoltaics being at the top and leveraging of the excess water that we have through acid mine water. So it is a resource that's currently a waste resource that we seek to incorporate into our development processes as we talk green hydrogen. As we do green hydrogen, we are also talking photovoltaic and acid mine water. One of the things we have also identified particularly, and this is where we link creatively matters related to pollution, climate change, and development in a sustainable way. One of the initiatives in the RFI that we have issued for partners in the cannabis sector is with regards to bioremediation. And I'm sure the leader of your party would be able to share some lessons in Ukraine about bioremediation at Chernobyl, amongst others, from his joint that he took to the Ukraine. Well, yeah. But we're talking green hydrogen. And we're talking bioremediation. And in this regard, we are saying that we have looked at mining land and bioremediation for the planting of hemp. And there are ample examples of how hemp can be utilized to decontaminate contaminated land and therefore open up this land for development, whilst also being able to use the hemp for industrial purposes. So you are hitting multiple birds with one stone. So when we're talking about Operation Green Gold in the province of Gauteng, we're literally talking about a situation of taking the old gold mining reef and creating it into a platform for growth and development, using hemp as a platform for that level of growth and development. Indeed, our commitment to climate change through mitigation and adaptation strategies is currently underway, as demonstrated in the projects that I've just made reference to. And one of those would also include our agrivoltaics initiatives, particularly in the West Rand, but also in the Citybeng regions. In this regard, we're talking about the same theme, Honorable Dejaga, which of course you missed that point, the same theme around solutions for energy. We're talking about setting up photovoltaic plants on top with agriculture at the bottom. And in essence, that's what agrovoltaics initiatives are about. So indeed, we're finding innovative solutions to energy production and linking that directly with agriculture in our province, and innovatively finding ways of utilizing the limited land in our province for purposes of development and growth in our province. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Dau, for your response. I now call upon Honorable Skiman to present. Oh, before that, can I ask the Secretary to call the next order?
Consideration of the Roads and Transport Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Roads and Transport Budget Vote 9 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Honorable Skiman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair of Chairs. At the start, I'd like to convey my sincere condolences to the family, friends, and the African National Congress on the passing of the former Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg and the Regional Treasurer of the ANC in Johannesburg, Comrade Mpho Moerane. May his soul rest in peace. I will be focusing on the executive summary as well as the concerns and recommendations of the report, which has been published, and I would like to request the parts that I don't read be taken as read. Thank you very much. In the current financial year, the committee noted that the department has been allocated a budget of 8.7 billion rand, financed through the equitable share, amounting to 5.2 billion rand or 60.77%, and conditional grants amounting to 3.4 billion rand or 39.23% of the budget. The committee noted that the budget allocation increased by an amount of 752 million rand, and this is 9.45% compared to the previous financial year. The committee further noted that the budget allocation for administration, transport infrastructure, transport regulation, and transport operations programs have been increased in the current financial year, whilst the allocated budget for the Gautrain was decreased by 319 million rand or 11.5%. The committee is concerned over the decrease of the allocated budget for the Gautrain, noting that the downward trend in rail and bus passenger trips, which resulted in higher than projected patronage guarantee costs being paid in previous financial years. On the planned infrastructure projects, committee noted that the department has planned to implement several projects in line with the ITMP 25 and the GGT 2030, consisting of projects carried over from the previous financial year and multi-year projects to be completed within the MTF period. The projects include the design, construction and maintenance of provincial roads, integration of public transport modes through the integrated fare management system, and strengthening of freight and logistics hubs. The committee further noted that the construction of the Sebokeng DLTC, the Vereeniging Taxi Rank, the K69 Solomon Mkhlangu and the K54 Mamelodi roads have not been allocated budgets in the current financial year due to challenges affecting the projects. The committee is concerned over the continuous delays in the implementation of these projects, as they have been delayed for more than 2 financial years, and there seems to be a lack of intergovernmental relations in resolving these continuous delays. On the subsidised bus contracts, the committee noted that the allocated budget for the current financial year will be mainly to service the current negotiated bus contracts. This is because the new bus tender that was advertised during December 2021 was interdicted by bus operators and unions after the Minister of Transport withdrew the letter of concurrence for the advertising of the tender. According to the department, engagements are currently ongoing with legal advisors, the National Department of Transport and the Auditor General on the way forward regarding negotiating new contracts, as the non-finalisation of this matter will result in incurring further irregular expenditure. The committee is hopeful that an amicable solution may be reached between the parties involved to ensure advertisement of the new subsidised bus contracts on an open tender. On the Gautrain Management Agency, the committee noted that due to the downward trend in rail and bus passengers, which gave rise to patronage guarantee costs, the agency has adopted various strategies in enhancing revenue to cater for the increasing patronage costs. These include optimising ridership and fares to maximise fare revenue, reprioritizing budgets within the GMA and the Department of Roads and Transport over the MTF, diversifying to obtain non-fare revenue from commercial activities and partnerships, as well as working with Provincial Treasury to minimise financial support required from government and to access private capital. The committee urges the Department and the Gautrain Management Agency to ensure proper implementation of the above strategies to ensure that the patronage guarantee costs are minimised and do not exact pressures on future MTF budget allocations. The committee urges the Department and its entities to exercise proper project and contract management and maintain a high level of efficiency and effectiveness in delivering on key infrastructure projects, taking into consideration the similar reoccurring challenges affecting the various projects. Furthermore, the committee will monitor through quarterly reports the progress at which the Department will be able to fast-track delivery of delayed infrastructure projects in time and within budget, as instructed by Premier Makura in his State of the Province address earlier this year. I want to then move to concerns and recommendations of the committee. The committee is concerned about the following. 1. The continuous delays in the implementation of the Sebokeng DLTC, the Vereeniging Taxi Rank, the K69 Solomon Mkhlangu and K54 Mamelodi Road projects, as most have been delayed for more than 2 financial years, and there seems to be a lack of intergovernmental relations in resolving these continuous delays. And 2, the non-functionality of the CCTV cameras in provincial DLTCs and the impact it may have on safety, theft, fraud and corruption practices in these centres. I move to recommendations. The committee recommends that the Department should provide a detailed report by the 30th of June of this year on the following. 1. On the progress of the intervention measures to resolve challenges affecting the construction of the Sebokeng DLTC, the Vereeniging Taxi Rank, the K69 Solomon Mkhlangu and the K54 Mamelodi Road projects. The report should also include the proposed timelines and plans indicative of the state of readiness to resume the construction of the above-mentioned projects. 2. On the proposed implementation plan and timelines for the maintenance of CCTV cameras in the provincial DLTCs. The report should also include the draft proposal to be submitted to Provincial Treasury for consideration during the budget adjustment process for 2022-2023. In conclusion, the committee wishes to express its thanks to the MEC Mamabolo, the HOD and senior managers of the department for their cooperation during this process. Thanks also goes to all honourable members for their assistance, their indulgence, and their participation. And on behalf of the committee's appreciation and gratitude goes to all the committee support team who assisted the committee during this process. After due consideration, the Roads and Transport Portfolio Committee adopted the report on Budget Vote 9 of the Appropriation Bill for 2022-2023. In terms of Rule 117(2)(c), read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Roads and Transport recommends that the report on Budget Vote 9 of the Appropriation Bill for the financial year 2022-2023 be adopted, taking into account the concerns and recommendations tabled in this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Skiman. Any seconder?
I second the report.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nell. I now put the question. All those in favour, yes, say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favour, say no. The yes have it. Thank you very much, honourable members. Secretary, please read the next order.
Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Roads and Transport, Budget Vote 9 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G001 of 2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Honourable PJ Mamabulo, please present your budget speech. Oh, PJ in Ben.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair of Chairs, Comrade Caesar. Firstly, let me extend greetings to the Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, members of EXCO, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the only Chief Whip, real Chief Whip in the House, the honourable members of the Gauteng Legislature, distinguished guests, and the people of our province. Now, Chair of Chairs, allow me to just explain that this month of May, it's a very important month. It's important because on the 5th of May, 1818, Karl Marx was born. And on the 5th of May, on the 8th of May, sorry, Bram Fischer was lost his life. And of course, on the 19th of May, we remember Moses Kotane, who died in the Soviet Union. And to that extent, I also want to take the opportunity to remind the House that the May month is a workers' month, the proletariat of our industrial heartlands and the working class. Now, I'd like to premise the budget speech on the profound Marxist-Leninist dialectic that the new is born in the womb of the old. Applying this to the transport sector, we can say this budget speech will demonstrate that we have departed the station, but have not as yet arrived at the destination. That the interface between the point of departure and point of arrival is very clear. We have started building a new department, but the huge task still lies ahead. And honourable members, allow me, before I demonstrate that, join the rest of the members in the House and the people of our province that it is with heavy hearts that we convey our condolences on the untimely passing of the former mayor of the city of Johannesburg, Comrade Moerane. A comrade I've worked with very closely, as many other comrades have said. It is really saddening that our deadliest roads have once more claimed yet another life, robbed a family of their loved one, the people of their beloved comrade, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. Honourable members, as we convey our condolences, let us also remember all those who lost their lives daily on our roads, with high numbers in the 2021 festive period and those during this year's Easter long weekend. And of course, we must remember that just in the city of Johannesburg, we lost former Mayor, Comrade Jody Di Matonga, because of the accidents on our roads. Having said that, in delivering this budget, allow me to quote what the Premier of the province, Honorable David Makura, said in the 10th State of the Province address. And he said, after so much death and destruction of lives and livelihoods, it is time to rebuild and do so with a greater sense of urgency and single-mindedness, close quote. It is in this context that we welcome the setting up of the War Room by EXCO, including that on War Room on infrastructure. Honorable members, allow us to table the 8 billion budget which we are presenting to this August House, and that it will be used to rebuild and renew and move us forward as we are directed by the Premier of the province. Of the 8 billion we have been allocated, 402 million is allocated towards administration, with 2.5 billion towards transport infrastructure projects, which include planning, design, construction, and maintenance. And of course, our transport operations have been allocated 2.9 billion, and 2.5 billion will be allocated to the Gautrain for operational expenses and subsidies. I must say this budget seeks to take forward our vision of growing Gauteng Together 2030 and that of growing Gauteng through Smart Mobility 2030. Honorable members, in our effort to change the Gauteng urban form, we believe this budget helps us address some of the problems facing our people across the city region. Honorable members, as you know, the cost of travel is very high in our province, and of course this is confirmed by a number of surveys that were done. It is for this reason that we reaffirm the popular democratic expression of the people in this province, led only by the African National Congress and its alliance partners, calling for the total scrapping of the notorious e-tolls. We have submitted a comprehensive and fiscally sound and sustainable solutions to resolve this perennial problem. We remain hopeful that e-tolls will be finally scrapped. As part of changing the urban form, I'm very much pleased to report that the minibus taxi industry, whilst it remains one of the most highly affected, biggest carriers of a commuting public, it remains riddled with high levels of killings and violence. And it is in this context that I would like to appreciate the work done by this House to pass the regulations that will establish the Public Transport Arbitration Office, which will go way in resolving conflicts in the entire public transport system, but most importantly, in the conflicts, particularly those on the routes that continue to bedevil this sector. We have done work to assist the e-hailing sector, and to that extent, I'm pleased that for the first time, and only in our province, the e-hailing partner drivers have elected their leadership and are able to engage on the challenges and the issues that they are raising. As part of building smart institutions, I'm pleased to announce that we have appointed our head of department, Dr. Darion Bartley, who is joining a team of new managers, and we wish him very well. He started this year and already is doing an excellent job. Honorable members, as part of our smart mobility, we committed ourselves to making sure that we built a data-centric mobility. And to that extent, we have already created some of the multiple digital platforms that are making a positive impact on the transport and mobility space in the province, and those are stated in the speech. For time, I will not be able to read all of them. I'm also pleased to announce that we have built our capacity and resolved some of the challenges related to procurement supply chain in delivering new roads. And of course, our smart mobility weekends continue to make positive impact in maintenance of our roads. Let me also, just an example, assure the people of Sidibeng, particularly in Mfuleni, that we will be attending to the 32 roads that they've requested us to rehabilitate. We also have submitted just today, this morning, a comprehensive business case to Provincial Treasury requesting money to build the Vereeniging Taxi Rank, whose delivering agent we have just appointed, GMA, which is the Gautrain Management Agency, to give us state-of-the-art Vereeniging Taxi Rank, and we are confident that it will do so. Honourable members, I want to say to you that we remain focused on improving G-Fleet, and we are very much proud of the work that's been done by GMA and the Gauteng Transport Authority that has just been appointed, and it has already started recruiting new members to support its work. We remain thankful to the Premier, to the Honourable Chair, and committee members. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. I now call upon Honourable Nell. Is it Nell? Yeah, Honourable Nell.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. During the 2019 annual report debate, I told the story of the future Mr. and Mrs. Chauke moving from Limpopo to Gauteng to start new jobs and new lives here in our province. The story was told within the context of the year 2030 and how they would experience travelling on Gauteng roads at the time. The story was based on the Department of Road and Transport's performance in delivering a road and transport infrastructure for our province. It is well known that the department has struggled to accelerate its delivery in both these departments, and a situation that remained until recently. Mired in procurement delays, the road building program of Gauteng has fallen behind significantly, causing a pipeline of delayed projects. But let me return to the story of Mr. and Mrs. Chauke for a brief moment. The story I told sketched the picture of Mr. and Mrs. Chauke struggling to get to work on time in the mornings because of gridlocked roads. Roads gridlocked because a car would still be the most efficient and safe form of transport for a resident of this province in 2030. This is as a result of the current slow pace of roads and transport development that would not bring about significant change in improving transport by then. In fact, it will only become worse. Why is this? Well, Gauteng is the fastest growing province in the country, and it's projected that our population will grow from 15.8 million in 2021 to 20.2 million in 2050. This comes down to a growth of 152,000 new inhabitants annually, or 416 new inhabitants per day. When this growth is factored into the future modelling of Gauteng's transport landscape, it is projected that even if we achieve all our planned road improvements, our residents will be travelling at an average speed of 23 kilometres per hour during peak hours in 2037. That is if the peak is spread. If it is not spread, the speed will come down to 10 kilometres per hour from the current average of about 43 kilometres an hour. At this speed, a 47-kilometre trip from Mainland to Sandton will take you 4 hours and 42 minutes by car. So the big question now is whether this year's budget addresses the issues of the future. And will this budget contribute towards us avoiding the nightmare scenario that I sketched? The obvious answer is no. This is a no-future budget. It is merely a copy and paste of previous budgets and does not show any intent to fund plans that will create a new future to contribute towards the economy of Gauteng by ensuring that people and goods move freely. I found confirmation of this during a recent presentation on the progress made with the province's 25 years integrated transport master plan. The progress made thus far has been very little. A good plan, but funding is not forthcoming because of a copy and paste approach. Compared to 2016, our salaries are up by 27.6%, our maintenance is up by 10.5%, and compared to 2017, the construction budget is up 4.9%. This means that we're spending more on salaries, but a healthy increase on salaries, but a healthy decline in delivery in this department. So I'm not sure where the money goes. It is therefore not possible to support a budget that will not create a prosperous future for the commuters, producers and transporters residing in Gauteng. MEC Tau will produce goods, but they will go nowhere. If we want to create a prosperous future for Mr. and Mrs. Chaki, we need to fund a budget differently now and put enough resources behind plans that will accelerate the movement of people and goods in our province. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nell. Honourable Dwaba, it's your turn to participate in the debate. Honourable Dwaba. Thank you very much. Honourable Duplessis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair of Chairs. The current state of roads in the Greater Gauteng region leave much to be desired and is putting a huge strain on the economy, with roads carrying almost 80% of all goods that are transported within the province. The damage being caused to vehicles and the exorbitant fees that owners of those vehicles, being trucks, cars or taxis, must fork out to keep the insurance premiums up to date has a negative impact on the price of goods transported by road. Grass cutting, overhead lighting, and the upkeep of road reserves and verges also puts the lives of our residents in danger, as it creates perfect hiding places for hijackers, as well as obstructing the driver's line of sight, leading to numerous road accidents and deaths. It is therefore of great importance that we make sure that budgets are spent correctly and within the stipulated timelines to make sure that it benefits the residents of our province. Due to the very bad spatial planning that we need to deal with, we must also use our budgets correctly to deliver transport nodes and roads that will bring our residents closer to our economy. But by looking at the budget, one is not sure if this is the priority for the Department of Roads and Transport. Projects such as the Sebokeng Driver's License Testing Centre, DLTC Tow Lab, the Vereniging Taxi Rank, K69 Solomon Mashlangu Road, and the K54 Road in Mamelodi, which are projects that have been with us for numerous years, now have not been allocated a budget in the current financial year due to challenges affecting the projects. These projects have huge implications and impacts on people living in these areas and have again been kicked down the line. In the report, it is also stated that the department continuously fails to achieve planned service delivery targets and that the underspending of allocated budgets remains a huge problem. Another huge problem that is identified by the report is the non-functionality of CCTV cameras in provincial DLTCs and tow labs, and the impact that this has on the safety, theft, fraud, and corruption practices in these centres, again, leaving the impact of these criminal activities squarely on the shoulders of the residents of the province. I would, however, not want to be a total hypocrite by not mentioning the fact that several issues are being addressed and that continued intervention takes place in the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport under MEC Mamabolo, as well as our new head of department. Therefore, I want to commend them, as the intervention at the end of the day could save lives. But, Madam Speaker, the reality remains that we still want to address problems that have been on our books for many years now, although the Premier keeps telling us that we are a future-focused government. This is not being envisioned in the budget that is before us. Member Fred Nell, in numerous committee meetings on the portfolio for roads and transport, alludes to the fact that in the next 10 years we will have gridlocked motorways and the need for the expansion of our road and rail infrastructure, while public as well as goods transport will need huge capital as well as intellectual inputs. At the rate at which the economy of Gauteng is growing, it is of utmost importance that we have budgets that are future-driven and that put plans in place that speak to the Gauteng of tomorrow and not only focuses on past and present projects. I would therefore strongly want to appeal to the MEC and the department that we must start putting forward budgets that keep our future in account and that we keep holding the department to account to make sure that these budgets are implemented and used correctly and on time. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Duplessis. Honourable Ndlovana, it's your turn to participate in the debate.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chair, Honourable Premier in absentia, members of the Executive Council, and honourable members of the legislature and the people of Gauteng. Madam Chair of Chair, today we have gathered here in a crucial month of the workers to celebrate the democratic gains of the working class for the better improvement of the working condition in a country. This budget debate today will enhance some of the challenges confronted the workers in general and blacks in particular as a result of the colonial oppression. The ANC government has placed the South African people at the center of its concern, reflecting a return to our Ubuntu-based core values. As the President Ramaphosa said, while the nationwide lockdown was having a devastating effect on our economy, it is nothing compared to the catastrophic human, social, and economic cost if we cannot deepen and speed up our economic recovery to resuscitate the infrastructure on the roads and transport across the province. Madam Chair of Chair, the Provincial Department of Roads and Transport also responded positively to the clarion call of the Premier of Gauteng to growing Gauteng together, our roadmap to 2030 with the intention to address provincial growth and development strategy of the Gauteng city region in intact and is at its advanced stage for socio-economic transformation agenda to improve roads infrastructure and proper management of the G fleet as well as road maintenance. Since the dawn of the democracy in 1994, our mission as the ANC is consistently been the creation of a better life for all South Africans with a greater focus on those who cannot afford to provide for themselves. Honourable members, our goal has always been to provide decent roads and transport infrastructure and thrive to transform transportation sector for all the people of Gauteng to have dignified transport intermodal. The recent budget vote of the Roads and Transport Department outlined numerous achievements in the last financial period. Despite the challenges confronted the department and the people of Gauteng as a whole due to the lack of effectiveness to implement some of the key priorities as a result of COVID-19 restriction. Honourable members, the strategic priorities of the department in this financial year 2022-2023, among others, is to build departmental capacity through technical, project and contract management skills. The improvement of the roads infrastructure and integration of all modes of transport will effectively monitor to ensure service delivery under the ANC government. Madam Speaker, working towards a single ticketing system will gain a momentum in this financial year with support from the Gautrain Management Agency and Transport Authority of Gauteng. Unveiling the Transport Operations Center, a data-centric, multi-platform intelligence centers to take us a step closer to transforming our delivery processes based on data cutting-edge technology. Madam Speaker, the key strategic infrastructure on the road and transport is one of the areas where the ANC 54 National Conference emphasized unashamedly to ensure a prepared coordination and regulation of transport operation, provision of transport services to accelerate job creation opportunities through infrastructure and construction program to support the most vulnerable citizens. As the ANC-led government, we want to acknowledge and complement the role of the Department for Roads and Transport to implement the Transport Infrastructure House with the intention to capture all the projects, including the milestone of each project. The TIH is updated on a weekly basis by the project management for tracking of progress on the implementation stage and projected as a monitor device for project trajectory. Mr. Honorable Duplessis, always you are, Honorable Nell, you are always positive in the committee with regard to giving the input of the Transport Infrastructure House. But when you come to the House, you are talking different from what we know that you are assisting us. We also acknowledge the department aiming to strengthen the project and contract management through project online system to avoid the delay on the implementation part and time management of key projects for service delivery. Madam Chair, the department, through its initiative management to establish infrastructure compliance office with the intention to expedite dispute and fast-track project delay to reach the expected target for transformation agenda. I thought, Madam Chair, Member Lidwaba will be saying something with regard to this. Fortunately, he didn't give us his opinion from their party. Honorable members, the ANC-led government aligned the building of all the new roads to our economic reconstruction and recovery plan to unlock the investment in various corridors and districts in order to address the unacceptable and costly delay in road construction. The department has now established a dedicated technical capacity and technological system in place to monitor the implementation of roads infrastructure across the city region. We also, Madam Chair, salute and congratulate the department to launch a grass-cutting, tree-filling, vegetation control and litter picking program on the R21 freeway between OR Tambo International Airport and Gilo Interchange in the city of Ekurhuleni, which is expected to create more than 100 jobs across all the region in the province. Yes, 1,000 jobs, sorry for that, 1,000 jobs. I hope you have seen 1,000 jobs. Mr. Honorable Nell, I hope you have seen last week you were invited to be part of that, but you decided not to join us. The project is part of the wider plan to maintain the roads effectively across the province and assisting to alleviate poverty in the financial year. This budget vote of the department, Madam Chair, will further help to ignite the service excellence of the department to provide effective and efficient program of the youth, women, and people with disability across the Gauteng province. Honorable members, our investment in a public transport infrastructure, logistical hub, intermodal facilities, buses and taxis remain the key priorities of the economic emancipation of our province. The budget will also channel to address the transport infrastructure and intermodal facilities as a key priorities of the department to ignite service delivery. Madam Chair, ANC-led government believe in integrity, accountability, ethical, and morality of leading transformation agenda under the auspices of Road and Transport Department as a cornerstone to change lives of people for new system of transport, intermodal, and infrastructure development, which was demonstrated on many occasions for historical legacy, to pursue the sixth administration mandate given by the people of Gauteng effectively. As ANC, Madam Chair, we support the budget vote of the roads and transport to advance the cause of the national democratic revolution for a better life of our people and the working class. I thank you. Ke a leboga.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Ndovana. I think the next speaker now is the MEC responding to the debate. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much once more, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Let me thank Honourable Ndlovana for a very eloquent, comprehensive and detailed account of the work that we do in the department. Sincere thanks to you, Honourable Ndlovana. I think you have demonstrated beyond any shade of doubt that this budget speech is consistent with what I said when I started, that we have departed, we have left. Honourable Nell, although we have not yet arrived where we are going to, Honourable Ndlovana has demonstrated that the opposition parties are definitely still obsessed and trapped in the past, particularly yourself, Honourable Nell, and your co-accused, Honourable Du Plessis. You're still stuck at the station when we have left. And let me demonstrate with some few points. Honourable members, in the smart mobility document we have said, we want to place transport and reposition, particularly its infrastructure, as the catalyst for economic growth. And Honourable Nell, you are saying that this budget does not create a prosperous future. And I want to differ with you on that point. Just last week, Honourable members, we were at the OR Tambo with officials at the city of Ikuruleni, and of course the MMC in the city. And we were looking at the PWV 15 roads, which we have resolved that we are going to appoint a professional service provider, an engineering consulting firm with immediate effect to look at kickstarting the consulting services for phase 1 of the road, starting from R21 Pomona, going to the N12. And of course, the road goes up to N3, supporting the OR Tambo Springs. So, Honourable Nell, that is not the past. The fact that you are looking at that project and we will be unlocking it. This project is going to form part of the outer ring of Gauteng. The inner road ring of Gauteng has been done. We are looking at the outer layer, at the outer ring road, and PWV, it's one of those outer layers of the road. Again, honourable members, we are looking at the road K217, which is in the Roslyn Hub. We have visited this area during Tirisano, and we met with the developers and the investors in that area. We were led by Honourable Premier David Makura. That road as well, through the panel of professional service providers that we have appointed, we will also be allocating a PSP to make sure that we unlock the R1 billion of rands in investment to build one of the biggest automotive sector hub in the continent. And that, Honourable Nell, is definitely not the past, but is part of the future to build one of the biggest automotive sector in Roslyn, and that is definitely coming. I would like to say to you, honourable members, that we are working with the business community and working with Honourable Parkstar, who's not here now, but we have worked with him to meet with the business community in and around Sandton, because we are going to improve the Grainstone drive to make it an interchange. That is definitely a budget of the future to make sure that we deal with the congestion and the slow pace at which vehicles are moving or will be moving as our documents have projected. And I must say, Honourable Nell, the figures we are quoting, you should have just said that you got them from us as a department, because everything you said come from us, and I think you should acknowledge that we are the source. Otherwise, that constitutes intellectual theft, if you don't acknowledge that we are the source of that information. I want to say, honourable members, that we have appointed a contractor and the contractor is ready to start with the Vaal River City project, which is going to unlock a massive investment around the Vaal River, and that contractor is ready to start. They are just finalizing paperwork with the Department of Labor to set up a site, but the contractor is ready. And I'm quite sure that once the compliance issues with the Department of Labor are dealt with, they will set up a site. So the Vaal River City construction is going to start in the next 2 months or so. We will be doing the sorting, allowing the contractor to start working. The Vaal River City is not the past, Honorable NL. It is an important future intervention for the areas of Mfuleni and the bigger areas of the Vaal. I also want to say to you, we are very much pleased that the perennial problem of K46 is being resolved. I was privileged to be with the Premier in Diepsloot over the last 3 weeks during Tirisano, and work has commenced, work is going on, quite exciting. I'm not sure why would you still package that into the past. I just want to say that we have worked and met with the partners of what is called the Rainbow Junction City, which is worth 12 billion rands. They want us to build Apis River Bridge in order to make sure that we support this development. And again, we have reached a critical stage. We will be allocating an engineering firm to commence with this project. And that is definitely not the past, but it is precisely part of the way forward and the future. Now, I had Honorable Member, and so those are just a few examples I can give of the many portfolio of roads and the pipeline of projects that we have put in place. I had this Honorable Duplessis saying some things, but I'll pardon him because he did make a positive comment, unlike Honorable Nell. But let me just pardon him for now, because he made a very good point acknowledging the work that has been done in the department. But as Honorable Ndlovana said, we have initiated our road maintenance program. It is on track. I wouldn't want to spoil that. Secondly, I just want to report that on the 16th floor in our department, we have established the Smart Mobility Data Center. The construction is done, furniture delivered, and we're waiting for the last technological devices to come in. That Smart Mobility Data Center is going to help us with a data-driven mobility in the province, including introducing the integrated commuter e-ticketing system, because we need the back office to be able to make sure that we can integrate the different modes of transport. So to that extent, we are very much pleased. The issues of the compliance office that we have created to make sure that PSPs and contractors deliver on the commitment written in the contract for delivery, that compliance office is going to crack the whip on the contractor, on the PSP, and make sure that what they sign in the contract is non-negotiable, no variation of scope, no missing timelines, no increase in costs, and no poor quality. So the infrastructure compliance house is a very, very decisive intervention in building capacity within the transport infrastructure delivery process. I just want to also take this opportunity to inform members about the fact that the arbitration house that I earlier referred to is going to mean a lot to us, and it's going to help us resolve the problems and challenges that we have in the taxi industry. And I would like to call on the taxi industry to refrain from acts of violence. I just want to say, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee and members of the Portfolio Committee, that although we lost the case interdicting us from evaluating and adjudicating the bus subsidy tender, but we have asked the Minister to give us a letter of concurrence to negotiate. Once we start negotiations, we will be able to deal with the problems of poor expenditure and the regular nature of the contracts.
Wil jy
And
net
we
vir
are
die sleutel
positive
gee?
that we will be able to get that letter, but also we will introduce the necessary changes. Thank you very much,
Can you
Chair of
opdruk?
Chairs. Thanks a lot.
Okay, want ek is net gou besig. Jy sal my net so 5 minute moet gee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mama Bullo, for your response. Secretary, please read the next order. I think that's the last, second last order. Ne?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Order number 11 is the consideration of the Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Infrastructure Development Budget, Vote 15 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G001-2022 for the 2022-23 financial year.
Thank you very much, sir. Honorable Makakula, please read your committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Committees. Thank you. Honorable Madam Chair of Committees, please note that I will not read all parts of the report, but consider other parts which will not be read as read. The oversight role of the Infrastructure Development and Property Management Portfolio Committee, as prescribed in the standing rules of the Gauteng Legislature, makes it imperative for the committee to provide an analytical assessment of the state of the budget allocation to the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management for the 2022-23 financial year. The committee noted that the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management has been allocated 3,312,235,000 rands for the current financial year. The committee is of the view that the department is not adequately capacitated and resourced to carry out its functions and discharge its mandate with the budget allocated. However, the department reported its plans to engage the Gauteng Treasury on any budget shortfall during the financial year. The committee noted that Program 1 received an amount of 384,429,000 rands. The budget will be channeled towards procurement allocated to youth, women, people with disability, and military veterans-owned enterprises, and to township enterprise revitalization. On Program 2, the department received a total allocation of 2,668,243,000 rands. It was concerning to the committee to note that during the current financial year, the budget presentation of the department was not specific on issues related to capital expenditure per client departments, breakdown of the construction budget. This information was vital to the committee because, in the main, the mandate of the department relies to this program. However, the committee noted that the allocated budget will be channeled towards recruitment of technical employees under occupational specific dispensation, Kopanong precinct, and refurbishment of some of the buildings such as Emoyeni and Corner House buildings. The committee further noted that maintenance sub-programs received 627 million and 627 million during the financial review, under review. This allocation does not include any of the Department of Health facilities, but only allocated for its regional offices and workshops across the province. That is Westhoven, Tulisa Park, Tshwane, Springs, Sidibeng, Telemukwerane, Steve Biko Academic Hospital, Dr. George Mukari, and Chris Hani Barakwana and Charlotte Maklake. Program 3, the committee noted that the budget allocation for this program is 259,560,000 rands in the current financial year. This allocation will, amongst others, cater for compensation of employees, community development, goods and service, and households. The committee will continue to monitor the department performance during the financial year. On the concerns, the committee is concerned that 1, the department is proposing a budget that is underfunded in a material way. An example is that of the insufficient funds to pay rates and taxes or perform even basic level of maintenance. The proposed solution of the department is to appeal before the Treasury for additional funding, which in a constrained financial environment is simple and unavailable. 2, that the department has been struggling with debt collections on leased properties. 3, that there is no strategy reported that is related to non-payment of SMMEs by the main contractors who have contractual agreement with the department. On the recommendations, 1, the committee recommends that the department should rethink its budget and reprioritize in order to ensure that essential expenses such as rates and taxes and maintenance are provided by the reworked budget. 2, the department to put considerable efforts in ensuring maximum revenue collection on leased properties. 3, a strategy to be developed in order to avoid non-payment of SMMEs by the main contractors who have contractual agreement with the department to avoid project delays. On acknowledgement, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development, Honorable Mpo, the chairperson, the acting chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Infrastructure Development, Honorable Thokozile Makakula, would like to thank MECs, Timotara, J. Mamabulo, head of the department, and the entire department's executives for their efforts in the consideration of this report. The acting chairperson further appreciates the diligent deliberations of honorable members Timakakula, K. Diale, Tlabela, T. Ndlovu, M. Litsie, A. Fuchs, N. Diache, M. Mofama, C. Mabala, and K. Hoffman. The acting chairperson would also like to thank T. Mudibe, M. Chabalala, K. Mdlalose, T. Mulibana, T. Kumalo, L. Nube, N. Bonane, K. Mpirime for their dedication and assistance in the committee. On adoption, in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management present before the House the Oversight Report on the Department of Infrastructure Development Budget for the 2022-23 financial year for consideration and adoption. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makakula. Is there a seconder? Thank you very much, sir. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no. Thank you very much. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next order, which is the last order of the day, the debate on infrastructure budget.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The last order is the debate on the detail of the Department of Infrastructure Development Budget, Vote 15, of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Thank you very much, sir. Honorable Mamabulo, please present your budget on behalf of Honorable Tara.
Thank you very much once more, and greetings, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Let me, on behalf of the MEC Mutara, who is on leave, and wishing good health and the best, and commending her for the excellent work the MEC is doing in the department, allow me to greet the Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Premier, members of EXCO, the Chief Whip, one and only in the House, honorable members, all our guests, the people of our province, and of course the leadership of the department that is here, led by the HOD. Let me also greet the members of the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development. Honorable members, during this Workers' Month, I take this moment to salute the heroic resistance and the tireless struggle of the working class, the proletariat, for massifying the liberation struggle of the people of our country. The workers' march struggles from the 1920s, led by the Industrial and Commercial Workers' Union, the bitter struggles of mine workers in the 1940s, the militant resistance of SACTU in the 1950s, and the momentous defiance of COSATU against the apartheid state machinery in the workplace and society shall not be erased in our memories. And to the workers I say, Happy Workers' Month. Let me also join the people of our province in conveying our condolences to the family, friends, and comrades of Companero Mpomoeran. Honorable members, as you know, the new Growing Gauteng Together GGT 2030 vision and the National Development Plan, NDP, constitute our master plan. Our journey to convert infrastructure development initiatives to restore the past injustices and achieve economic and social transformation is very much critical. This is even more important as we reimagine a new post-COVID-19 economic revitalization of the Gauteng economy and the future. I must say that the department is committed to contributing to the targets set by the provincial government in creating jobs and bringing local suppliers in the construction, maintenance, and property management value chains. It is our intention to do everything possible to deliver projects on time, within budget, and superior quality as prescribed by the built and environment, the built and construction industry. Honorable members, as you know and may agree, one of the thorny issues around infrastructure project delivery in the province has been the cost of delivering projects. We want to address the perception that pricing for project delivery in the department is unreasonably overpriced. This perception suggests that our pricing may be deliberately inflated or either a result of fraudulent and corrupt practices by officials and service providers. To address this serious problem, and the Premier of the province has also raised this matter, and put an end to this challenge, the department has begun a process to commission a comparative study for infrastructure pricing. This study will be conducted by credible, reputable, and independent institutions to benchmark pricing on our construction and maintenance projects based on acceptable industry standards. The findings of the study will definitely assist us and all our client departments to take appropriate decisions and corrective actions. I would like to report to the people of our province that we have established an internal infrastructure war room in the department in line with the emergency mode of delivery outlined by the Premier to make sure that we fast-track delivering of planned infrastructure within the 3 performance areas of time, cost, and quality. I must also add quantity of the number of projects that we build. Honorable members, the department is allocated a budget of 3.3 billion, of which the total of 2.6 billion is allocated to public works. A total of 384 million is allocated to administration, and 259 will fund the EPWP, the Expanded Public Works Program. The department has 7 cost drivers, which include rates and taxes, the compensation of employees' property leases, infrastructure projects, EPWP, security services, and soft services. The remaining budget is allocated to other operating costs, which include provision of tools of trade, ICT system, GCAS, and others. An amount of 1.1 billion is allocated for payment of rates and taxes to the municipalities. For infrastructure, rehabilitation and maintenance of public properties, an amount of 132 million has been budgeted for. A total of 402 million has been set aside for leases, whilst 81 million for security services for our very important assets. Honorable members, we do have our 6 priorities: optimized public-owned fixed property portfolio. That is the first one. And in this regard, the department seeks to ensure improved productivity of the government immovable asset portfolio by saving costs, revenue generation, and serve as a catalyst for socio-economic development and commercialization. The department disposed 49 core residential immovable assets amounting to 39 million. The second one, let me also just mention in the first one that the Kopanong Precinct project is now reaching finality in terms of the planning phase. The PPP funding model will enable us to rehabilitate and maintain our 17 inner city buildings. The second key area of performance and outcome is the efficient and effective delivery of smart infrastructure. To this extent, we have a number of 31 social infrastructure projects and 4 capital infrastructure projects that were completed in the previous financial years. And we have got many more projects that have been planned, including the use of alternative building technology. I must say to honorable members, the challenges at Charlotte Maxeke have been adequately addressed. We visited the site with the Minister, Honorable Dr. Pata, where we explained the progress that's been made and where we are. I must assure members the matters of Anglo Gold Ashanti Hospital, myself and the HOD are working very hard daily to deal with the challenges of that issue. And just this coming Monday, we will be having further consultation with the SIU to deal with the issue. I must also say that on the third one, functional, reliable, and compliant infrastructure, we are looking at introducing the green agenda that seeks to take forward our commitments on climate change, particularly our country's commitment to the Paris Agreement target in 2030. The other important outcome is increased contribution of infrastructure spend to socio-economic development. To this extent, honorable members, I'd like to say in the financial year, the department continued in its overachievement towards black-owned and vulnerable groups such as women, people with disability, youth and military veterans, empowering them with business interventions. Black women-owned enterprises are also part of the empowerment program, and this, of course, includes people with disabilities. The critical outcome 5, poverty relief and improved employability of EPWP participants, I've already spoken to this matter, but we have set aside programs to empower EPWP. Outcome 6, capable, ethical, and developmental state. We are taking measures to make sure that we preserve and protect the public purse, and we're working with relevant institutions. I must say that we're also improving our capacity through automating the IDMS, which is the Infrastructure Delivery Management System, reinvigorating Lutsinga Infrastructure House, applying the project readiness metrics to make sure that our projects do not go back and forth, but move in one single linear way moving forward. Honorable Chair of Chairs, allow me to announce that the Gauteng Infrastructure Investment Summit, which will be led by Premier David Makura, is on its way. I would like to announce that we have appointed our CFO, who will start very soon in June, and we welcome the new CFO
Chairman?
to the department. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. It's now Honourable Fuchs.
Chair, thank you very much. Two of the main contributing factors towards DID's inability to perform is the lack of skill and expertise and the underfunded budget. It's been mentioned by Member Magagula. A balanced and flexible budget worth supporting must contribute towards a medium to long-term vision and must provide hope to citizens that the future will be better than the past. This budget does none of those things. Instead of contributing towards service delivery and job creation, this department has become the poster child of failure, wastage, and mismanagement. The first indication that the budget is underfunded is that less than 30% of the budget is available for productive endeavours after paying expenses such as employee compensation, rates and taxes, leases for accommodation, essential services and accruals from the previous year. It is simply mind-boggling, Chair, that the budget for rates and taxes is 290 million rand less than the projected cost. And what is the proposed solution? Well, the department suggests that we throw ourselves at the mercy of Treasury by requesting additional funding and hope that they can find the money by robbing Peter to pay Paul. Now, we know that hope is not a strategy, so this so-called solution to our financial constraints is not a solution at all. The department maintenance program is at huge risk because of the underfunded budget. As an example, last financial year, only 67% of maintenance projects for health facilities could be completed, Member Mamabolo, while at the same time there was a huge overspend. At Tele Mokharani, the budget was overspent by 376%, the maintenance budget, by 248% at both Steve Biko and Chris Hani Baragwanath, by 186% at George Mukari, and 138% at Charlotte Mateke. Not one of our hospitals is totally compliant with health and safety regulations, and there is simply not enough budget to remedy this within the next 5 to 10 years. The budget for goods and services, which is the lifeblood of infrastructure projects, is underfunded by 137 million rand. This is what the department had to say about this shortfall, and I quote, "The allocated budget will not be adequate, and it will impact on the department's performance to achieve set targets on APPs and AOPs and delivering on its core function." There you have it. Underfunded budget prevents the department from meeting its mandate. Now, anybody who supports the budget based on such an admission has clearly given up the battle. Examples of other inputs from the department are that the overall budget allocated does not allow for any personnel recruitment to take place in the current year. A reduction in the budget for machinery and equipment will impact on productivity, and that projects such as Lutsinga House, IDMS review, and energy optimization, Member Mamabolo, cannot be undertaken because of an underfunded budget, in case you didn't know. The proposal to request additional funding from Treasury or to roll over accruals from year to year is simply not sustainable and is a sign of desperation. At some point, it will catch up with you. Is it possible that this careless and laissez-faire attitude is borne out by the realization that after the next election, you will no longer be in control of these matters and someone else will have to take responsibility. What is required is a budget reprioritization so that all plans are funded ab initio. Mr. Premier in absentia, you and your comrades over many years have broken this department and you cannot fix it. It is now incumbent on you either to shut it down or at least to put it under administration. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mabala.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I'm actually disappointed that the acting and former MEC of Infrastructure Development and Property Management is commending MEC Motara for the good work. What good work is he referring to? Because the Premier said in his SOPA speech that the department is underperforming. Madam Chair of Chairs, almost $500 million was spent on refurbishing and renovating Anglo Ashanti. Where is the hospital today? Total waste. And you come here and commend MEC Motara. Come on, Honorable Mamabolo. We have noted that the department received budget allocation of 3.3 billion in the current financial year compared to 3.2 billion for the previous financial year. This constitutes an increase of 1.6%. However, this increase means nothing in the department that fails in its constitutional mandate to ensure that services are provided within the allocated budget. Madam Chair of Chairs, if by the end of fourth quarterly of the previous financial year, the department has not achieved its planned targets for the year, then there is something seriously wrong with this department. During that quarter alone, the department achieved only 22 out of total of 44 planned targets. This means people are sleeping on their jobs, and there is no captain to steer the ship in the right direction. As a result, as the EFF, we cannot support budget vote 15. Nobody in a good state of mind could say the department continues in its effort to maintain formal processes in dealing with irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, while at the same time, fruitless and wasteful expenditure was increased from 5.2 billion to 26.8 million. Sorry, 5.2 million to 26.8 million on the fourth quarter alone. The irregular expenditure just ballooned to 76.7 million in the same period. This is sheer wastage of public resources. We have on numerous occasions raised our concern about the department being a defendant in various lawsuits. This emanates from claims arising from contractual disputes which have resulted in termination of contracts and failure to pay invoices within the stipulated timeframes. As it stands, the department is sitting on 72 pending legal matters, and their financial implications are still not known. It is of great concern that the department continues to fail when it comes to the completion of projects such as the construction of Fisherville Primary School and Finetown Clinic since 2018 and 2019, respectively. The department also failed dismally to renovate the Charlotte Maxake Academic Hospital after this hospital caught fire. It goes without saying that some of the delays in the completing project is attributed to service providers whose contracts were terminated or who just abandoned the project before completion due to non-payments. We have on numerous occasions that the state's over-reliance on service providers and tenders is a problem to service provision. The only solution will be for the government to establish state construction company to take over the construction, renovation, and rehabilitation of government properties. We have a problem with the number of vacant posts within the department, which we believe negatively impacts on the delivery of services. During the last quarter of the previous financial year, there were 531 vacant posts and 10 positions on an acting capacity. Though the department was not clear how many of these vacant posts are regarded as essential posts, but it remains a serious concern that so many posts are still vacant despite the 3.25 billion budget that was allocated to for the 21-22 financial year. It is worth noting that out of 8 departments within the infrastructure budget, half of the departments continue to perform dismally. Programs dismally, and until this department refrains from putting the lives of thousands of government employees in danger by housing them in unsafe buildings, addresses the matter of the 3 firefighters who died while trying to extinguish fires at one of the buildings in Johannesburg CBD due to unsafe buildings, and stop ignoring warnings that government buildings are unsafe and do not comply with health and safety requirements. There will be no tangible change in the infrastructure development of the province. As the EFF, we continue to implore the department to refrain from its unadvisable renting of building and instead call for this ANC-led government to expropriate land and build properties to house government departments. Government will always exist, and it is high time that it owns its buildings instead of empowering capitalists whose main purpose is to maximize profits at taxpayers' expense. The EFF rejects budget vote 15. Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs.
Thank you,
We
ma'am.
reject the
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabala. Can we have Honorable Dijaga?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the 16 months since I joined the Gauteng Infrastructure Development Committee, I cannot think of any project that has been completed on time and within budget. Projects like Nukutula, Noordgezicht School, Scarlet Maseke, Anglo-Ashanti Hospital, non-payment of SMMEs, and a failure to create opportunities through expanded public works programs are only some of the reasons why we believe this department is a dismal failure. The GDID has failed to effectively utilize the EPWP program to upskill people with less than half of the targeted work opportunities achieved in the past 4 quarters. This indicates a program operating far below capacity, which will impact this government's ability to make any real dent in the massive unemployment rate of the province. While skills are meant to be a key component of EPWP, it appears this feature is largely ignored with a focus on programs on the quantity rather than quality of work opportunities. While the GDID would like to boast about the thousands of work opportunities it has created, what is not seen is the credible evidence of what impact these EPWP programs have on the long-term livelihoods of the beneficiaries. There appears to be no monitoring mechanisms in place to indicate skills gained and the rise in the employability of participants, or how the failures will be addressed. Poor planning and management of budget have resulted in late payments to municipalities that will impact on the liquidity of municipalities and hinder municipalities to effectively delivering services. According to an opinion piece which appeared in the Witness newspaper, government debt places the viability of municipalities at risk, as it often ends up running into millions of rands while councils are left struggling without the ability to pay for basic supplies like light bulbs and brooms. This op-ed further states that if the financial management regulations dictate that no organ of state should owe a municipality for more than a month, why are the national and provincial treasuries not penalising those departments and entities for non-compliance? Failure to clamp down on this conduct is tantamount to allowing these government departments to sabotage our municipalities and their ability to deliver services. In 2021, the Gauteng government accepted that millions of rands owed to municipalities for rates and taxes had affected their revenue generation and cash flow position in these municipalities. There is nothing in this budget that will address the timiest payment of municipalities for services received. In fact, this item is underfunded. Madam Speaker, I previously raised the issue of a young entrepreneur, Tinswalo Maraleng, who was left to her own devices when the contractor changed their agreement unilaterally. At the time, the MSC said that she and her department cannot interfere. 8 months later, and it was this laissez-faire attitude of a non-caring MEC and her department that led to the GID committee being held hostage at Kopanong Hospital, where SMMEs were not paid and the departments of infrastructure and health were unwilling to engage with the SMMEs and the contractor. Now, it is true that the contracts were between the contractor and the subcontractors, but indeed, if we are advocating for the upliftment of SMMEs, a caring government would act responsibly and assist the vulnerable. The budget is stuck in a world that no longer exists. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Now move to Honourable Makakula.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson of Committees. Madam Chairperson of Committees, let me join other comrades who came before me to send our heartfelt condolences to the Mwerane's family for the loss of Comrade Dumpho Mwerane, who once played a vital role to the ANC family and the community of Joburg. May his soul rest in peace. Madam Chairperson of Committees, the Honourable Premier in absentia, members of the Executive Committee, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, honourable members of the Legislature, ladies and gentlemen, and the people of Gauteng at large. Honourable Chairperson of Committees and members of the Legislature, infrastructure is a critical economic catalyst in Gauteng. Hence, the importance of this budget vote debate clearly defines the expectations of the department in this 2022-23 financial year and its achievements. These honourable members, based on our commitment in the GGT 2030, when we stated that infrastructure would be central to advocate delivery of modernized, reindustrialized and integrated economy of Gauteng for economic reconstruction and capable state. This is not just a budget debate, but it is a session to recount how the department ignites its budget allocation for service delivery purposes in the 2022-23 financial year. Madam Chairperson of Committees, on the last ANC Lekgotla in February, we have mandated all deployees to ensure that they work to detect and eliminate waste practices linked to corruption and other elements of mismanagement of funds by building robust systems for detection. Hence, as this House, we welcome the efforts being made by the department to this end by ensuring the strengthening of the controls on the financial management within the department. These measures will ensure that every rand from the department is directed to the important task of building infrastructure in the Gauteng province. The department budget vote will also focus on building local economy capacity to fast-track the social compact for economic emancipation. The ANC-led government acknowledged that the poverty alleviation, fighting inequality, and unemployment remain at the center of the strategic priorities of the department. The DID has focused on the implementation of job creation initiatives for the previously disadvantaged, vulnerable groups, that is the youth, women, people with disabilities, and the military veterans. The allocation of budget for procurement of goods and services to women-owned companies show a sign that we are on track. This is in line with the SOPA 2022-23 financial year imperative that focuses on revitalization of township economy and empowerment of SMMEs through mainstreaming of women and other previous disadvantaged sectors in the department's procurement processes. We therefore commend the department for that. Honourable members, the department indicated the effort that it has established an audit war room to strengthen accountability by management, ensure that audit action plans are adequate and effective, increase reliability of information reported on AFS and performance information and finalization of audits without delays so that the public funds utilized in an effective manner. This requires that the Department of DID undertake due diligence during planning phases, apply credible prioritization criteria, develop business cases that adequately address all the planning issues, and that the capacity and capability to implement efficiently and effectively be profound to accelerate service delivery to the needy communities. Madam Chairperson, infrastructure is not only directly contributing factor to an improvement in the standard of living for communities. It reduces poverty levels and addresses inequalities, but is also a key driver in creating an environment that is conducive to economic development, growth, and job creation. Over and above the allocated infrastructure budget from Gauteng Provincial Treasury, we'll continue to consider projects that would be ready for delivery on the ground post the tabling of the departmental budget for 22-23 financial year. This is to ensure that greater efficiency on spending is attained and that more and better outputs and outcomes are achieved within few resources. In that regard, one of the ANC Lekgotla resolutions which took place in February this year is to further make a clarion call to enhance access for infrastructure development to encourage and attract the communities on massive poverty alleviation projects within our province for the benefit of poor and working class at large. I therefore congratulate and support the effort of the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management on its budget vote to give more and effective good initiatives to promote and develop infrastructure investment through advancement of national democratic revolution with the intention to move South Africa forward. Therefore, the ANC supports this budget vote. The ANC says asina mona, asina nzondo, say dumisa ANC. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makakula. I'll now call the Honorable MEC to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairs for the opportunity. I just want to start by saying that, you know, I've really taken pain and time and effort to listen to the opposition benches. I must say that it's very difficult to hear what exactly are they saying. I think, we need help to understand what they're saying. Really, honorable members, it's very much difficult to hear them. For example, Honorable Fuchs spoke about one issue only, one. The whole time he was allocated was just whinging about a problem that we have acknowledged, about budget inadequacies. Government itself, national, in the whole country, has acknowledged the fiscal environment, the difficulties, the challenges. The question, Honorable Fuchs, is, in the light of the challenges and the difficulties that we have in the fiscal environment and low tax base, what will you put on the table as a proposal to manage limited resources with huge tasks? On that, you have got 0 out of 10 because you didn't make any, you just said the budget must be reprioritized. That's what we do. What more? In what way? Do you have some ideas? So you shouldn't come here to just make phraseology, slogans, without anything concrete, honorable folks. You could have just left that 5 minutes. Now we need to, to make sure that we release honorable members. But otherwise, you said one thing only, honorable folks, with due respect to you. Honorable Mabala said one thing only in the main, was just complaining about MEC Mutara. That's all what she said.
No,
I don't remember anything that she said. Honorable Mabala.
The buildings that are not safe.
And then there's a
Honorable PJ
honorable.
Powers.
Honorable. Can we have can we have order?
No, Honorable PJ Mamabolo. No, you must respect us.
Honorable
Yeah,
I'm not sure really also what is it that you are saying, because we have clarified the issue about EPWP, the investments we are making on that, the fact that we are even convening a summit to bring municipalities on board. Because one of the big problems with the EPWP is that the DA-run municipalities, like the one that you helped collapsed in the city of Joburg, are not reporting on EPWP targets. Some of the good programs that the ANC government introduced in the city of Johannesburg for public works programs, Comrade Parks would have given more details on that. You came in and you collapsed those projects. Now you are complaining. No, but I listened to him, sorry. Can the DA member please behave? So most of the EPWP programs, actually you collapsed. You are busy firing people in the city of Johannesburg. And then you come here, you grandstand about EPWP program when you have not said anything substantive. I think that's all what we are getting from the opposition. I think we need better opposition in the next elections so that we can give the people of Gauteng better resources. Now, honorable members, the other issue that I just want to clarify is that the issue that honorable members are raising and the matters that have been raised about the irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful, I think those issues have been dealt with by the provincial government because they relate mainly to issues that came out with the procurement of COVID-19, and those matters are being addressed. The issues of automating the delivery process, I just want to correct you, honorable folks. Sometimes it's important when you don't have facts and information to say that you do not know. So the department is going to revitalize its systems to make sure that we can improve the performance of infrastructure. And HOD has actually clarified that issue and confirmed that indeed the department will be improving the Airbus system, which is the property management system, and the one to automate the IDMS, which is the Primavera system, because we acknowledge that those systems are very much important. Now, honorable members, as a gift from me on a Good Friday, I would like to conclude and save you more time. The time is not set, but as a good gesture for the hard work done today, because it's me and your long weekend now. Your weekend. So I'll just conclude by saying, honorable members, globally, the delivery of infrastructure is acknowledged as a challenge, and even in our country. And I would like to emphasize that point. The tipping points of cost, of time, of quality continue to bedevil infrastructure delivery globally. You can even look at reports coming from advanced industrialized countries in the UK, in the US, and many others. Just this week, I was privileged to participate in a workshop on infrastructure delivery in the African continent, and I can assure you that the challenges of infrastructure are not just in this department, not only in the province, but what is exciting is that Premier David Makura, realizing this issue, has set up the infrastructure war room, which we are confident will be able to bring best practices and be able to deal with the challenges of infrastructure in our province and make sure that we can give people productive assets and create jobs and fight poverty and unemployment. To that extent, thanks to the Portfolio Committee, thanks to the HOD and the team, thanks to MEC Mutara, and wishing her good health and best days to come, and we're looking forward to the MEC coming back and continuing with the good work. No department is going to be placed under administration, Honorable Fuchs, because you said so. You can, however, continue to dream, but this department is providing the hardcore of infrastructure in this province that is helping many of our people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
You can continue looting as usual.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honorable members. Memorial servicing, please. Can we have order? Now that concludes the business of the day. The next sitting will be on Tuesday, the 24th May 2022. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Mama Bulo. No, the memorial service started at 2. Okay, at Alexander Kopan. Thank you very much, honorable members.